Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Tear it down and build it higher. Welcome back to the PMSL EMEA. We are going to be getting underway with another, well, I was going to say long, but certainly enjoyable, a leisurely stroll through the PUBG Mobile Esports ecosystem. Of course, maybe not so leisurely for our teams, as they are going to be going head-to-head with one another, trying to claim all the points they can while they can.
Yeah, battling out towards that top side at the moment. I mean, to be honest with you, it's been a pretty killer tournament so far. I've been really pleased to see what's been going on here. I think we've had some very standout teams from week to week. I mean, I think our real only consistent team through both weeks at the moment, well, let's say two. I'd say probably S2G as well as Team Spirit. S2G consistently a fourth place team, and Team Spirit consistently up towards that top three. But yeah, it feels like teams are really trying to get things back on board a lot of times. I think 3D Max has figured things out a little bit on their side. You can figure out where you can find us just by, using your eyeballs. Just shift them down towards the bottom of your screen there, and there you go. You've figured it out. Those are our socials, John.
There you go. You can check out everything PUBG Mobile related in Europe at those channels. Make sure you're following on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok for all the latest gossip. And I think there's a few funny memes being thrown in there, but it's very serious memes, Blank, because we are, of course, at the Super League, which is quite a prestigious level of play for these teams to be getting on with. Let's take a look at the prize pool. Of course, everything that's up for grabs over the next few weeks. 400k in total will be divvied up between the teams according to the actions that they're able to take over the next few days of games.
Yeah, not only super serious non-memes, it's a super serious prize pool here. $227,500 over for that finals. Just even the chicken dinner awards alone add up to 27 grand. So it's quite a lot just to be even winning these games. You're earning money getting towards that top side. So, and you're getting those points, you get a little bit of extra cash thrown at you in your direction. You've just got to deal with it. We're going to be doing it either way.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be scrabbling around some of them towards the lower ends of those tables, though, because participation rewards, 40k, that's divvied up between all 20 teams, meaning 2 grand per team. And of course, if you make it to those finals, you are guaranteed a minimum. You can see there in 16th place, $5,000, which means that if you get to the finals, you have at least earned $7,000 for your team for the future to reinvest however you like in your enterprise as trying to be one of the best in EMEA. 55k though at the top, that is pretty clean right there. And not to mention the first, second, third, fourth place teams go straight to the group stages at PMWC, with fifth place going to that survival stage. It is still a hefty chunk of money getting down to those spots as well, because 14k and the survival stage, you'll take that. Maybe there's going to be a team that's disappointed by that, having been bumped out of fourth place or something like that, but it's better than finishing in 6th place.
Think of the money and the PMWC, which is right around the corner. So very much excited to see that one come through, because we all want to be watching PMWC at some point this year. We know the exact dates, though. I don't remember them off the top of my head. It's like
it's July, right? 18th to 28th?
28th of July.
Something like that.
I really should be memorizing these. Honestly. There we go. I was correct. 19th to the 28th. So although I said I hadn't memorized it, technically I had. All right. Secretly. It was never a problem for me. Secretly, I was always in the know for the PMWC, which will be happening later this year. But
it's like when you bring up a topic of conversation at a dinner party that you've researched extensively, and you're like, "Oh, has anyone thought about
just something I thought about?"
Yeah, no, this just occurred to me. Why don't we take a look at some of the highlights of last day's games of play? Last game days plays. There we go. Some highlights from there. Na'Vi taking a little bit of a scrap there with Virtus Pro. Some of our Sanhoks have gone a little bit awry for a few of our teams as it went for that for Al Haji.
Yeah, I think that when you were looking over towards that Sanhok, it was a bit of a weird one. That was that nice single shot to the head there from Kitsune, getting the immediate elimination. But I think that there were some crazy moments over on Sanhok that we were looking at. I think one of our favorite ones, or least favorite ones, was the abysmal hole coming through from Gladiators on that Northwest Island versus the Falcons, who essentially just tossed some random grenades over, and they managed to walk themselves into them. So kind of made it easy for them a little bit. Here's NIGMA Galaxy, one of my favorite plays from yesterday. Sort of an underwhelming play as well, John, in the sense that they just defended their compound. But it has been a fair few times that they've been really, really slow on the draw there, allowing teams to get far too close to them and then opening up possibilities for those third parties. And this was a game they got a massive amount of eliminations off the back of. So very, very good one for them.
Yeah, they had a good day in general yesterday, leapfrogging all the way up into second place, just behind Power on 98 points in first place. They were able to get 90 points, so an 8-point difference, but still nice to see. Not to mention, Power not going to be playing today. They are going to be one of our 4 teams sitting out as we take a look at our overalls. RCB in that 4th place with S2G, keeping up appearances in that 5th place position. You said you saw them as probably one of the more consistent teams in this lobby, and I would be inclined to agree with you there. Obviously, the notable entrant in 7th place here, Team Spirit, on 70 points in just 6 matches.
Yeah, that one day getting the 70 points was really, really good. 2 chicken dinners as well coming off the back of that one. An incredible day overall. Let's just put it that way, right? It was sublime to watch with the 42 eliminations as well. You know, that rivals a lot of teams here on the front page that only have 12 matches played overall. I mean, you look at Regnum Karya Bra, they're actually beating them in terms of those elimination points, which is sort of nutty, but it works. It works. 3D Max also in 6th place. Not bad. It's a better result than we've seen from them recently. And I think, the day before yesterday, so on day 1, I think I was saying that it would be really good news and somewhat surprising if we found them up towards that top 8, and that's what sort they were looking for. There they are in 6th. I think that they have impressed yesterday.
Yeah, they definitely had a much cleaner day yesterday. They got 2 second places during their matches. Their lowest they finished was 9th, but they did get... they had 2 games where they finished 9th, but they got 2 and 4 eliminations. So they have still been going in and taking a few more fights with players, with teams, and I think finding that confidence has been great because their day 1 was a little bit less focused on that combat. They had a 16th, they had a 14th, they had a 7th place with 2 elims, so really a step up from 3D Max.
Yeah, and I think this is another team that we'll touch on a little bit later, but DA, I think you mentioned them, and it was certainly something that I didn't recognize on the day, and I'm glad that you did bring them up there, John, because 6 matches played, only 16 points behind the day that we saw Team Spirit have with the 6 matches played throughout the day. So for Digital Athletics, much better showing from them, much better, and I was very pleased to see it. Football is KAOS, 52 points overall on 12 matches played. I think they'll be happy with 10th place. It's a far sight better than what we've seen from them before, though, John. So this is good news.
And we've got BEŞİKTAŞ Esports Black stepping back into the arena after having their day off yesterday to try and bump up those 51 points. We were quite impressed with BEŞİKTAŞ, right? On their first day, they were up in 2nd place. We were looking at them and thinking, wow, these guys have done pretty well. So kind of a similar story for FLUX. But then, like I mentioned yesterday, like you just highlighted again, Digital Athletics coming in, doing a little bit more than that, and then Team Spirit doing even further beyond. It's been great to see. Brute Force in 13th place, mostly just because of their chicken dinner with 12 elims, right? In that second to last match, the first Miramar that they were able to jump in with. The rest of their day, very sparse on point scoring, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see them start to slip and slither their way down the tables if they keep this playstyle going.
Yeah, I think that when you look at teams like Brute Force who have been able to bring things back up to speed, that's really nice to see. Like you're saying, though, it did sort of come off the back of one game, but they were down towards, what was it, 19th, 20th for a little while there, John. Just not necessarily where you want to see Brute Force, but certainly a slippage from some of these guys so far that we saw in our previous week do extremely well.
I mean, IWNRX, right, at the bottom of the tables. It has to be mentioned, has to be spoken about. Sure, they only have 6 matches, but right now, Onyx Ravens are beating them on 6 matches, right? And this is a team that we'd said we liked some of their improvements from last week, but they're just in a completely different ballpark. And hopefully IWNRX today, coming back into the fold, are going to have a little bit better of a time. We'll have to wait and see, though. Taking a look back at DA, let's take a look at some of their stats across the team, because they were quite effective, keeping a lot of distance between them and teams around them. And that kind of shows, right, with the average damage that they're able to get from day 2 compared to Power's day 1 of this week. You can see they are outperforming on these metrics with 1337 average damage.
Elite amount of damage. I think we got to see this yesterday, but yeah, I think this was a cool one to bring up, just in the sense that Power is currently the top of the tables right now, and I think that comparing DA on their day 2 to Power's pretty good day 1, honestly, it is something that we should definitely be bringing up here. If DA can consider continuing this kind of performance, then bang, they'll be quickly into the lead. I think that they got a little bit fortunate with the fact that some of the teams around them at the moment are still in this like almost cocoon phase where they've not quite come out of it yet, and they're still figuring out how they want to play these games. I think NIGMA Galaxy probably a good one to mention there on Sanhok, because I think Sanhok was sort of the start to their dominance from yesterday, where it looked a lot better for them. But in that first game, they were trying to switch things up, and DA were able to get a little bit of an advantage over that, but still decent performance. But it is a slow climb upwards right now for NIGMA Galaxy. You see day 1, pretty good numbers. Day 2, even better numbers, with the average eliminations being almost doubled here. And then I think that's the big thing to consider, because there was that shift from the focus of, staying out on the edge. There's a lot more fights being taken by this team, which is really important for them.
Yeah, absolutely. They have managed to up that elim count. Surprisingly, having higher average placement than average survival time. Like they've inverted those, right? They have on average, 25 seconds less average survival time and one higher average place. So widening their potential slip-ups, but also improving their overall averages in general, which, obviously has worked out for them, jumping up into second place.
Hear me out here. Do you think that it looks weird because they've eliminated more teams, therefore more teams go out early in the game? Potentially that's why their average survival time goes down, but their average placement goes up. Let's take a look at our daily schedule whilst you ponder that one, John.
I'm not too sure about that one. I'm not entirely convinced. I'm not entirely convinced, I'll be honest. I have to do further research. But you know what I am absolutely certain of, Blank, is that we're going to start with Sanhok, we're going to go for 3 Erangels, and then we're going to have 2 Miramars at the end.
Yeah, it's the same every single time. We might think about switching things up. We might not.
No, surely
But it
not.
will be up to you to find out at the end of the future. Here are our groups. Are they correct?
Oh, it looks like they are.
Correct, yeah.
Oh, let's go. We've got the right groups on today. Group C will be the group sitting out. That is Moneymakers, Regnum Kaya Bra Esports, Power Esports, current leaders, and Na'Vi. All 4 of those teams will not be playing in the games today. Everybody else who is on your screen right now going to be having their day in the sun. IWNRX hoping to step things up again after Group A sat out yesterday, after their first day was not strong. Certainly not up to the standard of their first week. We want more from them. I'm also interested to see if FLUX can continue their rise from week 1.
Yeah, I think for FLUX, things have started to look a little bit better for them, and they've been making more FLUX looking decisions.
Okay.
Let's put it that way. Not the best way to put it, but I feel like that team has such a good pedigree behind them that the decisions that they were making before looked like it was a full roster swap. I wasn't sure quite what happened there. NIGMA Galaxy, it's a good thing that they get to have another game here. They don't bow one out, because maintaining that momentum from yesterday, I think, is really important, because it almost felt like they had found a little nugget of gold of information, and they'd applied that to their games. And I think that when you had to look back on it, I don't know if you'll agree with me, John, but it certainly felt like Ralph and Luther maybe not able to unleash the beast quite like Lord and Coops, but they were doing their best to, right? Following up on some of their plays, which is really important. You can find out more at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. I think that was a pretty good one, John, honestly.
I didn't even notice it. I didn't see it coming at all. Goodness me. That was slick. Obviously, Monster, our official sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA, unleashing the beast as we go, time and time again. See, it is helping players in these matches as well. As they're getting ready, looks like Falcons want to try and unleash their very own beast. Unfortunately for them right now, it is very much looking quite cagey. With 30 points on the overall standings, 12 matches played sits them in 17th place overall, which is not good news. Not at the moment. They're going to have to turn up the heat just a little bit in order to pick things up. And if you guys enjoy that, then do let us know in our survey, which you can find in the chat. Make sure you're checking it. Fill out the survey. You don't have to just tell us about that as well. You can tell us about anything that you think about the PMSL, including the broadcast, whether or not the trophy should have lights shone through it, which it definitely should.
Hint, hint.
About, I don't know, what if you don't like a plane path, you can tell us that as well if you'd like. I don't know if there's much that could be done about something like that, but you can tell us, and we'll be glad to hear it.
Oh, yeah, like we literally said, you can have an impact. You guys can quite literally be the meteors of PMSL and change the very face of PMSL going into the future. Hopefully not as quite destructively as a meteor, but, you know, we rebuild things from the scraps of the ashes that maybe you left behind in a constructive way.
Absolutely. Just mess everything up entirely, and we'll fix it. Why not?
We'll fix it back together again.
Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
You had some good points.
You sit there,
a little bit fiery.
You have a can of Monster, and you calm down. We'll sort it out. Don't worry.
We'll deal with that.
Ross
has got his arms out today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's had his sleeves out. He's had his sleeves on for a couple of days now.
Yeah, he's brought the arms back out again, which means we're in for a right couple of games. That dude has some proper guns on. Yeah. And the shirt's not too tight, but it's tight enough.
He's definitely chosen that shirt on purpose. He knows.
Well, he's not showing them off, but he's letting you know that they are there. I respect that.
It's a silent threat.
Yeah.
Let's FLUX have a little
you
mascot.
You can come to the gun show. You don't have to buy a ticket unless you wanted to.
I'd rather go and hang out with the FLUX mascot there. I think that'd be much more of an interesting.
He does look cute.
Of a fun time. I think I'd enjoy that greatly. Of course, the official smartphone here at the PMSL EMEA, the INFINIX GT20 Pro. You can see all of our players using it. They've been playing on it for the last week and a bit now as we go into day number 3, and they will continue to be doing so for the rest of the tournament to make sure that they have the best equipment available.
Yeah, and that's what we want here at the PMSL. The best equipment, the best players, the best teams, with the best production.
Ooh.
Look at that.
Green Ninja.
We even got the Green Ninja holding the trophy with the little sword. That's what these guys are hoping to do. Come in like a pack of ninjas in the night.
Ooh.
Is that what you call it? A pack of ninjas?
A stealth of ninjas? I kind of like that. That would be good. Is there a collective term for ninjas? I'm not entirely sure.
Know. Not sure. Pack of ninjas sounds good though. I like that. S2G on your screens. Hamzy G very far down in his chair, lounging today.
A clan of ninjas?
Clan of ninjas sounds much better. I like that one.
Okay.
Yeah. That would probably make sense. It doesn't make
Huddersfield Hokage has spoken.
Yeah, that's right. Huddersfield Hokage. Stop it. Stop that immediately.
I'm just naming places that you're not from and then putting a Japanese honorific on the end of it. It's great. Anyway, we are going to be getting into our first Sanhok and only Sanhok of the day very, very shortly because the music started, and that means that the game is ready. We are jumping on into the plane once more. Sorry, what? What are you talking about?
Don't be saying the music started, therefore the game 100% has started. We've had some false starts. I don't want to get people's hopes up in the chat just in case that. Yeah, your production says
no, every time guaranteed 100%.
Yeah, so it looks like we are heading into the game. Looks the operative word there. But yeah, right now Power Esports just about to break over towards that 100. Unfortunately, not able to join us in today's game, so it might be up to another team to grab that mantle off of them before they can claim it. No, taking the old cape out of the wardrobe, but it's been stolen by a clan of ninjas.
Oh dear, they're pesky, aren't they? Those clan and ninjas.
I feel like the green ninja outfit is probably the least stealthy one available.
Only if you're not in the jungle.
It was neon green.
Yeah, but like,
I don't think there is things.
okay, hear me out. What if someone
is...
takes really good care of their lawn, and you're trying to crawl across it?
That might work, actually.
Yeah.
You know what? That's a reasonable.
There you go.
That's very reasonable.
And so we're green all the time, right? For that one specific scenario.
Is quite reasonable is the fact that we haven't seen really any hot drops to start things off here in Sanhok, which is a big change of pace, to be honest. RCB not over towards Painan, so nice and open. Some teams today. RCB not playing really does open up a lot of central positions on the map, as we know that they are the team that likes to head towards the center very early on as well. So this does open some opportunities, this game.
Certainly does. The circle pops out to the east side, Blank, which means that very, very early on it is 100% going to end on the mainland, right, on that east side, meaning those crossings become a little bit less important to have super strong control of. Painan, obviously a major crossing from that southwest island, and it did get taken up by Foot KAOS. And they will be taking up the mantle there. Team's going to be looking to rotate fairly soon. So early game, those crossings are going to be more important. As time goes on, they're going to be much less and less important because the first circle will take everyone over to the mainland. Twisted Minds have dropped up onto Camp Alpha, which is where Gladiators sometimes like to have control of. Maybe they'll have something to say about it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, but I think Gladiators are pretty happy to head over towards that Northwest Island top, right? Because power right in the game, so Hatin's pretty freed right now. Does mean that opening over towards the Northwest Bridge, also a possibility there for the Gladiators, equally so for Twisted Minds. I think we did just get our first knock coming through over towards the Onyx Ravens from Footballist KAOS. Who else has gone down?
Onyx Ravens, they started on the south side of that southwest island, and they've rotated up past Painan, and they're now... I'm not entirely sure what they're trying to do here with this rotation, but they're going up to the northwest island.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because I think this is more of our Docs and Kampong team. So, strange that they would take this approach. I suppose with FLUX taking Kampong and Heroic and BEŞİKTAŞ being over towards this position, maybe your angle of approach towards that north side is a little bit more difficult. But this is a very, almost too cautious approach to the game, in my opinion. Yeah, John?
Yeah, I'm just generally very confused. They had opportunities to cross bridges north of Camp Charlie, south of Painan. They weren't controlled particularly at all, but now they've lost a player on their travels. Finally, Gladiators are taking shots, but it's not actually out towards Twisted Minds. This is to the Onyx Ravens rotation that we've been talking about. They are trying to get seemingly all the way up north and go cross by Hatin. And I mean, I think I made my perspective clear on that, unfortunately. SnowX holds the inside, tries to get out of the burning shack, and somehow manages it as well. Victor does go down in the meantime, but SnowX is still holding strong, holding face of the rest of S2G, looking to try and crash on in and get some sort of retribution for losing half of their squad. Just Kelsey, though, went down on the engagement. Smokes have bloomed. Nades are coming in. And we're into the mid-game of this fight. SnowX backing up with the DBS.
Yeah, CEO later on the outside, looking to get those nades over towards SnowX, who has taken a fair chunk of damage here. We'll go down to that nade. This is not going well for S2G. And I thought we told 3D Mac, stop mucking around with these guys.
Some old habits die hard, you know. Narvalo trying to hold the angle. Falcons do have an off angle here as well. Razy gets traded off as Rob storms in through the back door. And now it is just the two of them left. Falcons having the off angle kind of ruined 3D Max's chances here. Now Valo and Snowick both going down to it. I think the tags might have been finished off by an S2G player, but it was really mostly Falcons who made it work, and they want to try and finish the job. Satan and Ragnar sailing straight on into the vehicle, but they've already taken a lot of damage. Victor is low himself, has a first aid, and Rob's on the outside, trying to make things a little bit more hairy for them on the roll-up. Satan going in for contest, sees the nade around the side, shoots the door frame, unfortunately, and Robs will be able to take him down. Gaith trying to move through, and he will be able to find what his teammate could not. Satan stays alive for now, and it's just Victor for 3D Max.
There he goes. It's a massive grenade, but doesn't take down either of them. Just a tickle. Pretty much do it. That is very unfortunate for Victor. It was such a nice grenade as well.
Oh, dear. 3D Max do go out in the end. Unfortunate there. And a nice timed push from Falcons. And you're right, that nade could have been completely different. If it had just been an inch or so to either side, might have been able to find one knock, maybe two. IWNRX, their first match back in the mix of it. And they tried to third party, but they were just a little bit too late.
Yeah, IWNRX needed to have very much a resurgence today, because so far this week has been fairly shocking for them. Hamzy G, last player alive here. Technically that fight didn't go terribly versus S2G or 3D Max. Maybe just testing themselves a little bit. Again, definitely needing to get further into the game, but that will sit them now at 80 points after that one. Just 1 point behind S2G, who weren't able to find anything there.
Yeah, all the points gobbled up by Falcons on that engagement, the long range.
Yeah, pretty much all of them. I really do feel bad for Victor there, and in a way, if he does watch this back, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. In fact, I hope he doesn't watch this back and he doesn't see how low they were on that engagement. It was so close to clutch of the day in the game one.
That would have been quite something. But the Falcons are going to be happy for the points. And I don't think there's many teams that would be happier than the Falcons right now with those points. To add 4 to the tally. Get them on the road a little bit further. Milky Way running on over through the bridge. Still quite a few teams trying to get across here from the Southwest Island. You've got Virtus Pro, DA, Gladiators have just made that crossing, and NIGMA Galaxy are happy about this circle because they know how to play this kind of circle, right? When they are far away from where the circle ends up, they can play slow, they can come in late on these Sanhoks, and that's exactly how they want to play these.
Yeah, again, for NIGMA Galaxy, they understand with DA being in the game here, they don't want to make too many early movements. Virtus Pro also in that area, so they can come in late. And this is where they can lean more into that edge play style. And I think this is where Ralph can start to take the reins a little bit more. So you're right, John. It is nicer. Scarface sort of just stands there and accepts the punishment coming through from Virtus Pro. He was trying to get a couple of shots off, wasn't able to quite do it. In the meantime, a lot of action going on over towards that northeast side with Falcons holding down their position. S2G will go out, which, funnily enough, now leaves 3D Max just 1 point behind them after game one. So it wasn't a complete failure for them. You know, you battle out the guy that's just above you. Technically, eventually, you'll ladder up over them.
Yeah, if you keep earning 3 more points than they do every match, that's true. I think
it's the people underneath you need to worry about.
Absolutely. And also the people even ahead of that, right? Because you don't want to end up in 5th place. You want to end up in top 4, preferably top 1, right? That's the goal, surely, for every single one of these teams. But you got Virtus Pro further ahead of you, 3 points on this match as well, with a chance to play from that southwest edge. They've still yet to get out of the blue. And NIGMA Galaxy as well, having not taken any casualties, who are going to look to widen that gap and keep you at bay as time goes on. So going down early with 3 points, not quite ideal. IWNRX have found the team just ahead of them on the tables. Onyx Ravens going and taking a knock from them.
I mean, Onyx Ravens technically have made it into the circle, John. It's taken a while to get done. They lost a few of their players on the approach. We're able to get them back up, but still down to 3 now with 1 knocked. It's been a novel approach, let's say,
Oh,
to the
that's
game.
mean. That's really mean. Enigma Galaxy lying in wait. Was that Foot Chaos taking shots as well? Either way, Lufa wants to confirm these flushes. We'll find Malloy. Corker trying to hold behind the rock, but Lord has a long-range angle. Not going to matter. Corker sails the rounds down range perfectly. Foot Chaos is still here as well, guarding out on the southeast side of Quarry. Coops is continuing just to light them up in the meantime. Corker tries to take a challenge back his way. Coops forced to go for the heal. The nade goes quite on target, goes a little bit long potentially, drops short of the tree. That one might be good, might roll far enough. Coops has not got the heal off just yet, but he just managed to tick it through in time. Goodness me. Corker can put another one in, but it doesn't look like he has any more ordnance in the back pocket. Coops pops another first aid, and he's back in the fight.
Nade just a little bit short there. Going over towards Virtus Pro. Enigma Galaxy has been stymied a little bit on this push inwards. They thought this fight would be much easier. The play zone will claim Lord, who was on that really long off angle right, so quite difficult for his team to give him the backup that was required. I think if you're Enigma Galaxy now, you're sort of looking for this 4th point. You know it's quite unlikely to get much further in this game, or at least start to accrue some points with placements alone. So for Enigma Galaxy, pick up this final point and see what you can do from there, but more than likely to leave this game with just the 4 in the pocket.
And all of the teams ahead of Team Spirit are clearing the runway for their match here. Can Team Spirit do something with this? Can they find their way in? Because the circle has kind of gotten a little bit hotter right now, with Camp Bravo the slap bang center of it. Team Spirit will try to play it, and they are as 4. On the south side, on a 2... It looks like a 3-1 split, potentially. I think they are going to try and rotate in forwards. Foot Chaos, an effective southwest side hold, but they have lost Storm to a knock, and they'll want this res of Fire Flux. Going to make that a little bit tricky.
It's me, Heroic here. Starting things off strong, and Zachariah with that off angle will find one, but it's Nomi up in the front lines. Definitely not a player you can count out here. Comes around the side.
Oh, the DBS. Barking loud. Kitsune with the long-range DBS shots in as well. Effect flushed out. Nomi looking for that heal. The teammate behind trying to slow him down. Nomi doesn't quite find the shot. That would have been a knock very, very quickly. A super low HP target. That could have been it, but Nomi now has a nade. If it lands on, it's 2 knocks almost instantly. He's got a beautiful broadside. Could be more than that. Cooks it around the edge. Looks for the knock, but it's not going to come on through. It's not really finding enough here, but there's another one to follow it up. Just not quite finding it around the headland there. Nomi continues to drop short with these nades. Zachariah burnt away. They are tucked in under the cliff now, and he's lining them up with the spray. Naomi with the backstop as well. They're trying to roll these nades over the top, but they're just not finding their mark. Uncharacteristic for Team Spirit.
Yeah, the problem is that little tiny edge on the side there. That's a nice nade. It was a good smoke coming through from Heroic to deny that angle. Ragnarok, though, has got a cheeky little spot here, and I think Nomi knows all about it. He runs out directly into the chamber. 4 eliminations now found for Team Spirit, but they do unfortunately lose a player here. IWNRX over towards our western side. Well as Footballist Chaos down towards the south. And we will center up towards Camp Bravo, John.
Yeah, Falcons have managed to set up camp in there as well. Got a lot of control. A nade in from IWNRX over to Gladiators, the reinvigorated Gladiators this week so far. But right now they are looking a little bit lackluster as they've lost 2 of their players, one being down right now, leaving them pretty destitute. And that flush is going to see them just have a 1 player remaining. Gladiators with just AZ, and he's out in the blue zone going for a little late wide wrap. We'll see if he's able to do anything with it. Naomi gets spotted by Foot Chaos as they push in from the southeast side.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit do have the front line here, so they should be able to get him up and turn around and deal with the remaining players. Frozen does spot out over towards that east side, as we were talking about earlier. Moving up towards this rock, it's a great position to sort of take that break, take a breather before you start moving your way in. Some strange teams, actually, over towards that northeast side. Not the ones you would expect to be here in the end game. With Falcons, Twisted Minds, final players from Gladiators. But it is BEŞİKTAŞ, who we said impressed us down towards the southeast. A very good chance here to have a good game off the back of this one. It's going to take a little bit more for Team Spirit to do this one. As good of a team they are, this is a very tough position to play from.
FLUX KAOS behind them as well. Not all of their players are alive, however, so a little bit diminished, but still a thorn in the side to try and push down the hill. IWNRX spotted. But Zedwolf able to find that trade. However, he's the last player now standing. Ado launching a nade over. He knows there's a threat from there, but he needs to be worried about his off angles because Brute Force looking to try and close the trap around him. And I think he smells that. Down the hill, get away from it. Do not want any part of that. Last player standing. You know you can survive for quite a while on this edge of the circle as well.
Especially with Camp Bravo being that main focal point towards the center, that's going to be kind of denying sight lines between a lot of the several positions around the map that litter the sidelines.
Oh, no.
Goodness me.
No.
Okay, I mean, for Team Spirit, they make a brazen play. It doesn't work out. Satan gets an absolute terrible rip through onto them.
Oh, he nearly got Kairos, but he was laying in wait there. They sent 2 forward to Camp Bravo. They left Kitsune back behind where Kairos has just come from on the southwest side. It was a Hail Mary, did not pay off. And now Falcons are up to 10 eliminations. They've been the sole occupants of Camp Bravo for a long time now.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, it's not easy to control the entirety of Camp Bravo, John. You've got to remember there's actually a massive amount of space here that can allow teams in to get on the side. And Falcons have taken a very bold approach, which is to hold pretty much every single angle towards Camp Bravo. And this is pretty textbook compound control from the Falcons. They've not let anyone get too close in. They've shown some strength. They're still taking shots at players around the side. Not only that, but Camp Bravo being just this huge space with loads of buildings in it, massive amounts of loot in that area, which is going to keep them going for quite some time.
Certainly will do. I mean, it's a great place for them to hold, and I feel like it's kind of reading into the idea of having this third-party style of gameplay be so prevalent in the lobby. You know, teams aren't going to want to crash you because they know as soon as they do, everybody else is going to go, oh, fight, let's crunch them. Let's go third party. So I guess that adds to the power of holding in such a split fashion for Falcons. In this current specific meta, right? There's this microcosm of just how things seem to have been developing so far over in EMEA. I like what BEŞİKTAŞ are doing. They're playing it slow, right on the edge. Yes, on the first game day that they had, it seemed like they were getting a little bit more luck from the circle, but this time it looks like they are just playing it pretty clean on the strategy here. Brute Force losing another player, trying to take down AZ, the last remnant of the Gladiators.
Yeah, I think this is, like I say, good from BEŞİKTAŞ here. They're just maintaining presence. A lot of times that's just what you have to do in these sort of circles. The drive-by DBS from Ado. I think that was more like instinct kicking in than anything. Didn't feel like he meant to do that. Just, you know, the animal inside took over for a second. Brute Force, a difficult run out, but versus Twisted Minds might be a little bit more possible here. Like I said, for BEŞİKTAŞ, just maintaining presence, but also they've got that cut across towards Falcons. They don't want them leaving from that western side. Right now, the Gaith is creeping up towards BEŞİKTAŞ. One single knock there, and I think that your boys over on Falcons might just pull the trigger on moving around, try and clear out this team. I think they understand this is the biggest threat in the circle right now. God, the tree, the leaves and the grass being the main enemy right now.
He needs to be the green ninja. That's what he needs to be.
He does.
Look at that. Came in useful after all. Falcons have been farming this lobby right now. They are up on 12 eliminations. Twisted Minds might be picking up a few for their troubles in the meantime because Brute Force make the Hail Mary play and do come a cropper to it. Not really going to find any value on the back, but Twisted Minds picking up some limbs. Pretty happy with that one. Falcons now with their big challenge of this lobby. Twisted Minds having such strong high ground. Actually able to do a lot to slow things down here.
Yeah, but Twisted Minds, they do have a strong position, but I think with the where the circle is currently placed, John, they're eventually going to have to come over that lip. There's not a huge amount of cover available for them, so they need to break open some space. And it's difficult because it's two teams looking directly at you.
Falcons, they've been warmed up by the preceding engagements that they've had, and they are just continuing to light up these points. Can any get stolen away by Twisted Minds? That's the question. I think one now has gone into the back pocket. This Ragnar looks to find Lewis. He'll be able to do a lot of damage. I think it's just Tospic now for BEŞİKTAŞ, playing all the way back on this cabin. But Twisted Minds have read this. They know that it's only one player here now, and they will just push on in as three. Tospic with a challenge, but no safety whatsoever. A nade on in as well. He's still managing to survive. Twisted Minds fall a little bit short here. Not willing to go all the way in. They just want to choke him out instead. Tospic behind the building, steps in with the SK-12, very low HP now, doesn't have a first aid, is just going to have to try and make it work. The spray from Never Alone around the corner, but they're just not finding it. There's fire in the door frame. If they step too far forwards, they get a little bit too aggy. Could be pretty difficult for Twisted Minds to do anything. Finally, Tospic falls, but what can Falcons do now? Twisted Minds might have been fumbling around that shack for quite a while, but they still have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, it took ages for them to get that done. Yusuf out in the blue, taking heavy damage from the outside. Nice shot from Satan, who's been very clean with it today. This needs to be a great drive-by. At least knocks him off the position for a second. They get behind them. This is a great play. Nade in hand, though, has to be good from Satan here.
They put themselves on the outside track of the circle, though, and they know exactly where they're coming from. Yusuf bleeds out. Falcons adding another to their tally. Damar's up there, and Dami just gets shut down. I mean, it's interesting, sure, but I do not think this wraparound play has worked out for them, because Falcons were already out waiting for that. What a game from the Falcons. They have been on the warpath. They made it work for them. They took Camp Bravo, and nobody else was able to step forwards. A massive elimination chicken dinner coming through from the Falcons.
Yeah, I think when you look at these guys, they should definitely be happy with this game. It was a well set up end game as well from them, with the fact that they had two players either side of Camp Bravo on the wall taking shots, whilst they had Gaith actually just slowly edging his way over towards BEŞİKTAŞ. And I think that it was sort of curious as well that we saw BEŞİKTAŞ not notice this for so long, right? I think that was the weirdest part out of this entire game, is that they weren't looking back over towards the Falcons. The only reason that I can somehow extract from this game that they would do that is because of the play made from Satan, as well as his teammate over towards inside Camp Bravo, where they were taking so many shots from these walls. They had just assumed that they were just going to remain in Camp Bravo the whole game. But Falcons were thinking 2-3 steps ahead there towards the end game. Very nicely done.
Absolutely. They managed to hold a lot of space away from everybody else in the lobby, racking up a massive 17 eliminations on the Sanhok today. Nobody else really got a look in there. We were talking a lot about how, getting those small margins gonna matter, but really, apart from Twisted Minds, everybody else's game was kind of mediocre at best, no matter what they were able to find. Sure, a couple of 5-elim games, but low placements. It's just been brutal from the Falcons during this whole game.
Yeah, and I think that the best way to even just describe that notion is the fact you look at Team Spirit in 6th place, KAOS in 5th, BEŞİKTAŞ in 4th, all tied with 6 points apiece, which is not usually what you would see from that 4th through to 6th position. So it was just all sucked up by the Team Falcons over towards that top side. And again, it's very textbook from what they did in that position. Played that game nigh on perfectly towards the end game, which is just to have a very big presence over towards Camp Bravo. They opted to go for a play where they held a lot of space within it. They didn't want anyone getting in, and they didn't want anyone thinking about third partying if that crash came through. So yeah, just very much on the ball this game for Team Falcons. This needs to continue from though, really, because they haven't had the best of games throughout the rest of their days.
No, they ended yesterday in 17th place, having played all 12 matches prior to that. So definitely a much needed boost to their points. They were on 30 points before this blank. They've just added 27 more to that, almost doubling their score in one match, just 3 points shy of that mark. Still very, very impressive from them during that game. That's going to see them nice and high up those tables. I think that's going to put them pretty close to like the front page as well there, given that some of our other teams didn't do as well as maybe they were hoping on this match.
Yeah, it's a big chunky game, and those are the type that really do shoot you far up the table. There's our top damage dealers. I think that's what you would call that Sanhok numbers. I'd say this is where we'd get old Kalaris in to do his funny noise, and then do an actual breakdown. But yeah, Falcons with 2,573 damage is incredible there, with the drop off being about 1,100 total. It's very silly, but it's been awesome for them.
Almost doubling everybody else's damage in that match. Here's a look at the overall standings now after our first game. Not too much going on towards the top. A couple of low-scoring matches. Obviously, Power not playing means that they're not going to move at all. Gladiators bringing up the 8th place spot here with their 62 points. Team Spirit getting a few on the board there. I think they were able to get 6 points in that last match, if memory serves. So they will just keep on trucking, keep on trundling through on their strong first day of games. They're still only on 7 matches, which means that first page position, really valuable for them. There's the Falcons up in 11th, and they are so close to the top there. Look, they're only 1 point behind KAOS.
Yeah, it's shot up by quite a bit. I think, again, we have to consider the fact they've had 13 games to do this as well. There is teams around this area, for instance, like BEŞİKTAŞ, you have 57 points matched with them, but only the 7 matches played compared to their 13. And also Digital Athletics just underneath them with 7 matches played. Regardless of that, I think you've got to praise Falcons for a very strong game. With that, again, IWNRX, 20th place. It's not great.
Not too happy about that.
You would have thought they'd jump to at least 19th after that first game.
I mean, Onyx Ravens jumping up over Na'Vi as well. So Na'Vi now in 19th place. It is all to play for still towards the lower ends of these tables, I'm sure. But we'll have to wait a little bit longer because we're going to go over to Erangel next. But we'll have a break first. See you in a minute. Falcons were able to dominate with 17 eliminations and a chicken dinner on Sanhok to kick off the day. We're now going to be moving over onto Erangel. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. You can catch us at the socials that flashed up very quickly there down at the bottom. And of course, we are watching these teams on the road to the Esports World Cup, which will take place later this year on the 19th to the 28th of July in Riyadh for the PMWC. You can see that flashing up there on the bottom of your screens. Make sure you stay tuned because 5 of our teams will be going and competing in some fashion over in that tournament as well against the best teams in the world, and they will be amongst them.
Yeah, and they will be some of the best teams in the world at that point too. And we'll be matching them all together for one big throwdown at the Esports World Cup. I am very excited for it. Very excited for it because I'm pretty sure this is going to be one of our most competitive PMWCs to date. And I hope Vampires don't win it all again.
It is odd, isn't it? How they just come in every year and it's just like, oh yeah, we'll just win everything?
We'll just win this tournament?
How about we triple our annual earnings just from this tournament? How about that?
How about that? That'd be good. That'd be really awesome. Heading over towards our first Erangel of the day here, a western plane path to start things off. You can't see it yet, but I can. Now you can. It's going from Ferry Pier up towards the shooting range. I wanted to wait for you guys first to catch up. Didn't want to spoil anything, you know. That would be cruel.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm sure they'd get over it because, after all, they just want to get into the games like we do. Plane path, as you described, on the western edge. Power still at the top, with NIGMA Galaxy close on their heels. Virtus Pro not too far behind. Team Spirit didn't manage to have a massive game last game, but then again, neither did basically everybody else. So we'll go again on this one and see where these teams look to drop. Places like Lipovka are going to be hard to get to for Virtus Pro. Yasnaya as well. It's probably going to be accessible. We might have a little bit of a scuffle around those roads to the east of Georgia Pole for some vehicles. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that.
Yeah, I think that, last game, it's always really, really tough anyway when you get a circle that constantly shifts further and further towards that northeast side. Falcons had the added benefit of being in that area in the first place, so they get away with some more shenanigans than maybe some other teams would be able to. Down towards the South Island, though, you can see there's quite a few teams all struggling to find themselves vehicles in the same position as Brute Force, Onyx Ravens, and Footballist KAOS. And there certainly is some chaos down towards that side of the region. Northern shift on the circle, though. So although Virtus Pro don't head over towards Lipovka, they do pick up Severny quite nicely, and they'll be happy with that.
This is not the best of starts for either of these two teams. Actually, I'll take that back. Onyx Ravens have not taken a knock just yet. Falconist kind of tying up 3 of their players, though, watching on this outpost to allow Storm getting a bunch of loot on board, could potentially come in a little bit later and be a force to be reckoned with in the fight. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case, or if he's just going to lose all his teammates in the process.
Which is never ideal, right? You don't want
generally
that to be
bad.
happening.
Yeah.
Generally very, very bad. I think Falcons started off the game with a knock, but weren't able to finish it off. Ali, incredibly good player from Onyx Ravens.
Ooh.
Don't throw the knife at him.
He's winding up for it. He wants it. There he goes. He's swinging. He's swinging it. Doka Machine wants to tell him to stop, but I don't think he's going to have much success in that pursuit. The rest of Onyx Ravens going to slow them down pretty heftily there. Footballist KAOS lose 2 of their players. Doka Machine trying to get away. I think he's going to be able to do so, unless there's a couple of cheeky headshots through a window, but I don't think that's going to be the case with the Bison at that range. And they'll get away with 2.
Pretty accurate, though.
Certainly was, but unfortunately not able to tag onto the driver.
Look at that. 7th place for Team Spirit. Roughly 10 points behind the 3rd place right now. It is sort of interesting to see. And this is their stomping grounds, right? I think Erangel is where they've had the majority of their success during these tournaments. I don't think that they're the best team over on Miramar. I think there's certainly better squads there. I think FLUX has had a lot of success over towards Miramar. But I do think that with the 3 Erangels, it pays quite well to be good at this map.
Yeah, I mean, 50% of your games played on this map over the course of the league stage, so definitely a good idea to be good at it, I suppose. Yeah, statistically, that will play to your advantage. Gladiators playing in crates, a little bit split over South George with Heroic out to their western edge. We'll have to figure out how to get a little bit further east. Teams are going to be navigating north of this river and trying to figure out how to go for these crossings. So it's been a while since we've seen the compounds around those East George Pole area be super important, but I think we might start to see it now. If Gladiators break out to the east, they can control a little bit. Everybody trying to get up into those shooting range hills, but that would then in turn stop them from getting up into the hills and trying to take position.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward circle to start things off because the playing path starts on the south side, right? So a lot of teams already made that decision to go for some alternate drop spots and getting out early towards those positions. A lot of times is a better idea for yourself because if you can hit the ground running, potentially catch another team off guard before they hit the ground first, it's going to give you that slight advantage like it did for the Onyx Ravens down on that south side. So there was quite a few teams down towards the south here that were unable to get in a good position to immediately send up towards the north side. Now you've got a little bit of a barricade been set up with S2G, FLUX, Falcons, as well as BEŞİKTAŞ, all making their way up towards that region nice and early. NIGMA Galaxy is moving though, and fast. And again, this is sort of a different pace for them. And they realize they're just on the edge of the circle here, but there is opportunity to swing all the way around on that eastern side. But they run into Team Spirit first. Probably not the most ideal team to take a fight with early on.
Sune sees the slow run out. Ralph is there. He's left behind and takes a couple of bullets to the dome. Doesn't go down to it just yet, considering not able to land that extra shot. And Ralph, I think he's got a vehicle. Yeah, he does have a buggy.
Oh
Did he just take the tire out?
Vehicle.
Wow.
Yeah, he popped the wheel immediately.
Wow, that's pretty clean. Effect, though, not looking so clean with it, unfortunately. Lord, able to stop him. Naomi as well, and it's starting to look a little bit shaky here from Team Spirit. Lufa is knocked, and Lord is very, very low, but Naomi getting bled out there. It's not looking good for Team Spirit.
No, 2 players lost straight off the bat. Don't think Lord is even knocked.
No, he isn't.
Just very low.
He took the fight with effect, I think, a little bit closer to him, and I just think doesn't have meds, so he's just biding his time.
Honestly, that is great news for NIGMA Galaxy. Being able to go toe-to-toe with a team like Team Spirit is real proof of evolution on that team. And that's something you always like to see. And again, I do think that what it's boiling down to is Ralph and Lufa sort of taking this back seat a few more times and getting Lord and Coops up in those driver and passenger seats, showing them where to go and how they want to do it. So for NIGMA Galaxy, it's a good change. I think that they're realizing that they're a team that can take these engagements and should take these engagements. I think a lot of times in the past you would probably see NIGMA Galaxy just sail on past here, and probably in the future Team Spirit would have come back to haunt them in the future. But now down to 2 players, they're forced into this survival mode now.
We've seen what they can do with 2 players before, though. So you can't count them out fully. With Nomi and Kitsune still in action. A little bit split from one another. Probably quite rattled by that. I'll have to piece the pieces back together. Try and puzzle out a couple of points from this match if they're lucky. Hard Northern Shift, though. And is that... Yeah, that's Foot Chaos, the remaining duo, all the way on the south edge. And Onyx Raven still on that military island, playing very, very late for this one. Teams haven't gone super central very early. BEŞİKTAŞ, I think, the only team to do so. Virtus Pro now have the top of Stalber Mountain under control. those rocky outcrops on the southwest side of that Stalber Hill are going to be really, really difficult navigation for the teams moving into this next one.
Ragnar finds Solkay from FLUX. In fact, there's a nice shot from underneath the wall there coming through from Lux. Solus also finds Ragnar on the outer edge. A bit careless there. I'd say even lax. I'd go as far as that. Now there's Satan and Gaith. Like that, just Satan. On his lonesome now. Versus the 3 players here from FLUX. Great play from Virtus Pro, by the way. As we do say goodbye to Falcons in this lobby, 16th place. Back to their usual antics. But yeah, great play from Virtus Pro and a great read, in fact, because they usually drop towards Lipovka. So it's rare to see a team be able to make such good decisions like that on the fly, because that is not their usual drop spots. They drop in Severny. They know that, look, there didn't seem to be too many shoots around us. We're the first here as well. We get the Northern shift on the circle. Likely to be a lot of teams on that south side. So why don't we just be greedy here? We'll hold towards Severny and that north coast, and we'll also hold 2 players in Stalber. So they had incredible options available to them here, no matter what the circle decided to do. This is lovely. It's a really, really nice start to the game here with Virtus Pro.
Is he going to take it? Is he going to stay in? Is he going to go for a ride down the mountain? Have to wait and see. Brute Force have moved up to the east side of Stalber Mountain. The thing about holding everybody on the top of Stalber is that it allows a lot of teams to get close by to you. Holding one edge a little bit more effective. I don't think Ado wants to go anywhere. In the cable car. Not just yet. Nomi gets spotted by Onyx Ravens, and I think that's going to leave just Kitsune alive for him. Yeah, there's the play zone taking him down as well. So Team Spirit now down to 1.
Yeah, Kitsune has been pretty good at remaining towards the end of games, but I think for Team Spirit, this game is pretty much done now for them. It was a pretty poor engagement with NIGMA Galaxy. I think that's the first time in a while I've seen Team Spirit sort of just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Sad there for Corker. Kelsey actually finding the pick off there. Not sure what even he was doing down here. Weird play there from Corker, giving up what was an incredible spot on top of the mountain. He was maybe a little bit of scouting.
I mean, he was scouting around, and the fact that Kelsey doesn't have a vehicle at the base of these stairs means that he was completely incognito in his position.
Yeah,
I prefer S2G's position in general over Virtus Pro's, and I said like the danger of holding up on the top is that you can have a lot of teams starting to circle you, and so it can be difficult to leave very, very quickly. And I think we just saw a little bit of that there. Kelsey covering off that angle, and now the circle shifts hard west. So teams who moved up on the east side of Stalber, pretty unhappy. NIGMA Galaxy, Brute Force, Twisted Minds.
Yes, it's a difficult decision, but I think that in a way you are definitely right there, John. But in the same sense, because of that, you sort of have to fully commit the top of the mountain, right? I think even if it's a case of S2G, Kelsey's very incognito, like you say, you know, he's hidden, enshrouded. Even so, you have to assume that there's loads of teams already around the base of that mountain. And I think you just play out the game for as long as possible on the cliff top, but then slowly work your way down afterwards. Yeah, with this shift furrow towards the western side, does cause some significant problems now for anyone that is on the top of the mountain.
A little bit of a road rage now as they try and spin around the north side of the mountain. Twisted Minds a little bit further out on this northern edge means that NIGMA Galaxy likely going to have to fend them off as well. Bit of a difficult situation, but Prepod sits still in the sightliner coops. That is bad for the health. 9 out of 10 doctors do not recommend it.
Oh, there's some good doctors, trustworthy doctors as well, so you better believe us. Neos looking over towards NIGMA Galaxy. Prepod's already down. This is the wide wrap I was talking about before. I like it a lot. You know, it's not as valuable now. We saw the circle shift hard over towards that western side, but it's given them an opportunity to get into the circle, right? Where a lot of times we've seen NIGMA Galaxy in that situation where on the edge of the circle. They'd be getting shunted out, rustled a little bit. But this time they've made a confident decision to head towards this northeast side. And this is the sort of edge play that you do want to see from NIGMA Galaxy. Now looking to finish off Ado. Ralph with a long grenade here.
Not
Almost.
Quite. Yeah, not quite though. Just a bit too far over the lip of the next rock. That small divot that Ado was holding in. Cupping him like a little egg cup. As he tries to hatch and become a beautiful bird. Unfortunately though, that's not what this game's about.
No, it's not. Like that you continue with that analogy then. Saw it through to the end.
Also, you don't try and hatch an egg in an egg cup, you know?
No, yeah, actually you don't. But you went with it, right?
But I'm glad
and
I
that's
did.
what you're good at. You're persistent.
Persistence in the face of obvious failure. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's fine. You know what? Sometimes that leads to the greatest of discoveries.
Tough times never last.
Only tough people last. Yeah. That's correct. Which could be equally attributed to the players and teams here in the PMSL EMEA. FLUX being hounded by the Onyx Ravens. Not sure if a bird can hound, but they certainly are. FLUX unable to get away, but a good shot from Solus here over towards Saleh. And Vigors not feeling so vigorous anymore as he gets half his health bar ripped away.
Does get the heal off though. Saleh down behind the rock close by. Kitsune did finally take the tumble in the end. 15th place for Team Spirit. Ketch trying to reposition for FLUX, and it's likely that they lose Solus here on this engagement. Saleh is back up, so rolling to this rock. You can have two players to deal with. Ali not quite quick enough on the draw, and Ketch puts him down, gets the flush. Here's the roll-up. Lux not so lucky. Vigors back down in the dirt, and Ketch now last to stand as the trades go the way of Onyx Ravens. Two players at the back there who can start to pick each other up. And Ketch left alone and isolated. Lux trying to crawl his way back on in. And you've got to think they peak for this. They just want to take this player away, and they do. Lux flushed.
3 players up. The Onyx Ravens looking to finish off FLUX here so they can continue their approach for the rest of the game. Ketch realizes that Solus is done. Best thing that Solus can probably do for the team right now is to be a distraction, a tasty morsel for the Ravens to pluck at. Over towards that northeast edge. NIGMA Galaxy still going. Do get themselves engaged with Twisted Minds. And looking to soon divorce with them as well. As NIGMA Galaxy. Lord sends a lovely nade over towards the top.
Ralph moving in to secure these limbs as well. Yusuf almost certainly getting flushed away there. Ralph picks up the point. Lord cooking the nade over towards Jafar, launches it. Looks like it's on target, but just about to get out of dodge. The shots, though, just on target. The spray comes in as the backup from everybody else on NIGMA Galaxy. I say everybody else, it is just Lord and Ralph. From Ralph comes through, and they make it work. S2G, they've lost Kelsey up top. Could be dangerous, but Hamzy G's in the other car.
That's an awesome nade. 2 players up here. See you later. Hamzy G, Kelsey, Razy both down. Hamzy G pulls out another nade. It's a terrifying moment for him as IWNRX rack themselves up some more eliminations. 4 players alive, just barely. Limping their way into this circle at the moment.
Yeah, on the western
Pretty good
edge.
job of it.
Close to 3D Max in a very slow buggy there. Going to be difficult. I think S2G might have just been taken out as well over on the east by Brute Force. That double cable car position not playing well for them. They just didn't have enough presence on the ground to keep them safe in that location. Brute Force playing it well to be able to take that from them. And they are going to play on as 3 with 6 limbs already under their belt.
3D Max. Looking over towards the top side now. Towards Heroic. We'll have to move. You can see right there, they're on the edge of the blue. 3 players. Victor was lost earlier on, but it's Heroic, BEŞİKTAŞ, DA, and Brute Force here. Along the cable cars. All cheeky spots to play in. You love to see it here at the PMSL EMEA, taking all the advantages you could possibly find.
Absolutely. IWNRX rolling up in one vehicle. I think that's all they had left. You do not want to be moving in a single vehicle at this late stage in the game. Multiple teams can spot your angle, just immediately take your entire roster down with one vehicle explosion. Far from favorable, so hopefully it was the only choice they had. Otherwise, I can't quite justify it in the same vein. They've got 4 limbs. They're moving in. They're looking to try to take control on the western edge. BEŞİKTAŞ in the middle, though, still nice and happy, but tucked away from the action on 0 limbs.
I think for BEŞİKTAŞ, it's not a bad position to be playing in. Quite frank. Fairly nice to keep yourself protected for that time. Grenades coming through from pre-pod. So it wasn't only just Hamzy G who's sending out some corkers there. There was an awesome bounce coming through. There's Neos. Conclusion of the fight here coming through from Brute Force. Managed to keep all 3 members alive too, John. So not bad from Brute Force. Maintain a lot of high ground to work with too.
They have got a couple of down shots towards the rest of the lobby here. Digital Athletics playing as 3. We know that they like to try and keep their enemies at distance, but they're not really going to be able to do so on this southwest side. A lot of ridges that allow teams to play close by to them. IWNRX going to take that opportunity. Onyx Ravens as well, playing on opposing sides, and a third-party potential for this engagement is fairly high, with the BEŞİKTAŞ as well up on that lip, able to look down upon all of this.
Yeah, I mean, BEŞİKTAŞ, again, have a position that gives you a nice little bit of cover here to work with going forward. Play off the back of that. Wait for teams around you to start to hurt a little bit. You can start to get involved. NIGMA Galaxy, though, again, I like this game from them. This is the team from Pochinki, now playing over towards a northeast edge. Not been an easy game for NIGMA Galaxy, but extracting as much value out of it as possible. And I'm very pleased with what's going on within this team currently. Starting to blossom just a little bit here in the PMSL EMEA.
Nade in, tagged some damage. But he's worried about 3D Max now on the other side of it. Foot Chaos, 3D Max, NIGMA Galaxy, all of them. Some of them solos, going to have to leave here. 3D Max rolling up to Storm here. A nade in could be pretty tricky to deal with. Rob's just missing 1, 2 DBS shots, but the third is good. A nade in from Lord could slow them down somewhat awful. Brute Force are looking at a third party as well. Can Lord sneak a nade in through the door? Does he have one at his disposal? Another smoke blooms, and 3D Max going to stay safe. He pushes forwards, no nades in hand, but he's got his weapon out, and it is drawn, ready for the fight. Rob's ekes around the edge of the smoke, but now Brute Force can look to third party. They've moved Freezer on up, and they need to try and keep themselves together for 3D Max if they want to stay in this one as 3.
Yeah, that is sort of incredible there from Lord. Almost had the full side swipe. Does knock 3D Max down to just the 2 players. Brute Force currently at 9 eliminations. Cracking game so far for them.
Definitely impressive. We're seeing a couple of these teams a little bit lower down on the table, starting out strong today. 3D Max want to continue to chase down S2G ahead of them, but this time S2G have got 5 eliminations on the match to compete with. Are the placements going to be enough to make up that difference and keep that gap from closing? Or rather, keep that gap closing for 3D Max? On this northwest side, they've got a lot of teams on the high ground that surrounds them. The nades trying to slow them down. You can see they're perfectly on those vehicles. Snowick spotted. And that's IWNRX on the off angle. The nades just keep on coming from Heroic, but they're not quite finding Robs. They're going a little bit long, and Swain goes down to the back lines. He steps up and finally gets put down. 7th place. No, that's 8th place coming in from 3D Max, and I don't think they managed to make a dent in that gap between them and S2G.
No, they absolutely won't have done there, but I do like the fact that Robs is like, come on, guys, you're giving away my position, turns around, gets the immediate knock on Swain before going down. So at least did not go down without a bit of revenge. A bit of that anger released in those final moments.
Still didn't get too much value from it in terms of points. IWNRX losing kind on the front to Onyx Ravens, who seem to be their kryptonite in many ways. And in many fights, we see Onyx Ravens able to do a lot of work against this roster. 7 eliminations, though, for IWNRX, so a good game already locked in. Down on the low ground, Kine flushed away by Salah. They continue to roll forward. Zedwolf gets damage onto Figures, but doesn't find the knock. Another nade over the top might do it. That looks good. Does damage to the backlines, however. Doesn't find Vigors. But that's the player they wanted to see. Going down. Finds Lath with the weapon. The M4 swap is good. Another DBS shot around the edge. And Saleh strafing, spraying, getting back to cover. Now the weapon swap comes through as he wants to find the flushes, but Saleh wants to keep putting lead down range. A reload comes in, and now Zedwolf has to be worried. The SK-12 at range, and it's DA who roll on in for the third party. Either way, both of these teams are going down. IWNRX, I don't think they're long for it, as Heroic have the backline.
Yeah, honestly, that fight had gone on for such a silly amount of time that it was unfounded that no one had joined into it earlier. The DA finally decide to themselves, look, this is looking like a pretty poor fight going on over towards the western side. We could probably capitalize, clear ourselves out a little bit of room. Good that they took their vehicles away there as well for DA. Gives them a lot of options towards that late game with very little actual cover to be playing with there. That's nice for them. Either way, for IWNRX, not a bad game for them. 9 eliminations, up towards the top six situation. This is nice. This is nice.
You'll take those points, tuck them away. Certainly. No full 4 teams. DA want to establish their perimeter. I said they weren't going to be able to keep teams at bay in their location, but seems like the herd has been thinned enough now to maybe allow them to do so somewhat more effectively. Maintain that boundary, maintain that zone around them that they like to keep people in. Stop them going for those deep crashes, but Brute Force and BEŞİKTAŞ both going to have to make a choice fairly soon about leaving their locations.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, you know, it's nice to see that we were able to highlight DA at the start of the day. The same kind of performances coming through now. I think you highlighted them as quite strong team in terms of that long-range gameplay. Being able to identify those positions around the map that they could start to poke, prod, you know, apply a little bit of pressure where it maybe isn't wanted. But look at this catch of a grenade. Potentially looking to throw it in. Ruin DA's chances here.
Pulls the pin. The cook is there. I don't think they know. Puts the pin back in. He's waiting for someone to get froggy with it, but it's not going to be not going to be the case. As Poser peppers the ground with rounds and sees to it that nade's not going to do anything. Frozen has been knocked. I'm surprised that IWNRX is still alive here, Blank. But that might not be for too much longer, because Volt's careening on in the vehicle, and Zedwolf around the base of the tree with the DBS doesn't connect with the first, neither the second. And Heroic are able to take down IWNRX on their match. Decent performance still. Certainly much better than they were able to do in their first day.
Yeah, the PP Bison, the shotgun of the submachine guns. Lewis, good shots over towards that top side. Pre-pod down. Now just one player in Freezer. Although not always the most outstanding player on the team, certainly has come up with some pretty cool clutches in the past. Now looks to deal with Lewis.
Nade's being cooked on both sides. Doesn't quite have the window to put it out of. Can he bounce it off the bags? I don't think he's going to be able to find that distance just outside the window instead. Lewis holding for the cover. Neo's not close enough to have the backup. He goes out, looks for the shotgun shot, but maybe thinks better of it. The DBS is there for Lewis. A lot more damage sent out downrange. Freezer continues to trade off. In the meantime, his teammates handling Heroic on the off angle, and Freezer with the pump action. Taking the fight to him. Beautiful stuff against BEŞİKTAŞ. Poser is still up on this high ground, and he's brutalizing DA from a distance. However, there's the off angle, and he's looking out for more. It's Freezer to terrorize from the top rope.
What I'm talking about, man. Freezer really puts the teams on ice when it counts a lot of times, which is nice to see. Pompey as well. The one shot, one elim action on that top side. High ground's going to be everything here. However, it is a 2v3. DA have an advantage in that regard. I don't know how much utility Brute Force was able to bring with them from that last engagement. Stun grenade, 2 smokes, 2 nades. Pretty decent on the arm with level 3s here.
Scarface, Coldex, Nico, 3 players alive, 4 Digital Athletics. Playing on that low ground. Brute Force closer to the center, but only playing with 2. 12 eliminations. We're seeing some really high point games here starting to unfold at this stage. But there's not a lot of cover to move down towards here, or indeed up from DA's position. DA going to have to move first.
Yeah, for Brute Force, streaky team. When they look good, they make it look easy. Neos looking to finish off one more player. It's a 1v1 now.
Nico trying to ascend as Neos gets behind the tree. Damage has gone both ways here, and it doesn't look like Nico has too much more than just those bandages. The nade forces his peak, gets a little bit more damage in, slows that heal down as well, and the bandage is the only thing there keeping him safe. A nade forwards cancels it again, and Neos from that top rope. It is beautiful for Brute Force. A load of eliminations to add onto their tally, and they rack up one hell of a match here. Digital Athletics could not keep them at the distance. At arm's length, denied, and Brute Force will be able to take it down.
Yeah, it's a really smart maneuver there as well from Neos. The initial exploding the grenade, you know, he cooked it for quite a while, but the second one he just tossed out, confident in his ability to win that gunfight. He'd already done quite a bit of damage to them, so the idea was not to wait long enough that he could get the first aid kit out and then run out, but just to get that nade in, like you said, John, to cancel that bandage. A very, very well played ending. And again, Freezer with some crazy clutch moments for himself there towards the end game. Like I said, not always the most standout player of the team when it comes to those statistics, but he definitely comes through when it counts most to Brute Force.
Absolutely. I'm kind of surprised to see Kelsey there on highest damage, playing up in that in the cable car. But either way, those nades obviously doing a lot of work for S2G, doing a lot of damage to their opponents as well. 25 points and another really quite brutal game from Brute Force to follow up from Falcon's Chicken Dinner on the first. Good news for IWNRX as well, as they rack up 12 points on this one.
Yeah, very important result there for IWNRX. They certainly need to get some points in this game, because otherwise those bonus points they got in the first week would have been just moot, right? They ended this week in 20th place. They may as well have got practically a middling position on that first week, so that would have been unfortunate for them. But for Brute Force, this is now an opportunity to bring things back up to speed for themselves. We saw them have a good game yesterday to finish things out on Miramar, showing us they can do it again today here on Erangel. Sort of shows that they're having those bad games, they tend to continue. If they have a good game, they can bring things back into the fold quite quickly.
3D Max topping the second page there with 5 points. And S2G only on 5 as well. A couple of sparse results. Obviously, Team Falcons not converting at all on their Chicken Dinner. Team Spirit, 0 points. Virtus Pro, 0 points as well. A couple of teams towards the top of the tables on this page. So could shake things up just a little bit on the overall standings.
Yeah, both 3D Max and S2G just chipping away at it right now, which just seems to be a reoccurring trend for both those teams. Just getting it done slowly but surely.
Less blow for blow and more poke for poke, really, between those two teams.
Exactly, right. He gets the job done in about a year. 2,030 damage there for Brute Force, living a little bit in the future. And also, you have 1,825 coming through from IWNRX. So, reasonable results from a lot of these teams. NIGMA Galaxy even also making a showing here on the top damage dealers. They did a great job on that rotate up towards the northeast side. I think that NIGMA Galaxy with the improvements they've made, it just makes me very happy to watch, right? It makes me very, very happy.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been changing things up, and it has had an impact on their overall standings. He's got all blurry all of a sudden. Oh, stop being blurry. There we go.
There we go.
Okay, you just gotta be forceful with it, you know.
Stop.
Stop that right now. Because
Turn my
we
camera
are,
off.
and in fact, we are gonna stop it right now because we're gonna head to a break. We'll be back with another Erangel.
بس الريجن راح يكون اضعف. انا متاكد انه حيكون اوروبا لانهم صراحه اوفر ريتد.
افضل ريجن اللي حيدمج بالبطوله اكيد ريجن الشرق الاوسط.
بكل صراحه ريجن المينا كويس. بس الريجونات الثانيه تشتغل اكثر.
صح.
فان شاء الله هلا هالمره يكون العكس.
وبنآمن بالمفاجآت نحن.
بنآمن بالمعجزات.
وانت؟ انت مين؟
مين؟ اوف كورس مين؟
مين ما يدمج؟
ما يدمج يوروب.
يورو. انا اتوقع اكثر ريجن يدمج تركيا، واقل حدا يوروب.
تيم سبيريت روستر جديد، لكن اللاعبين يعني كلها
خبره. ايه
لازم يحاولون يثبتون نفسهم.
ما ادري صدق، انا اشوف بي اف والله. بي اف يا اخي صاير لعبه مره كويس. عندهم زي المعدنقات كل جيم حيساعدهم يعني.
صح. بي اف
إيه.
متعودين على كل الريجنات ترى، اوروبا وسايس
لعبوا في سايس ولعبوا عندنا، فحتى فاهمين كل الطرق.
حتى الروستر تغير، ويعني جابوا لاعبين يعني جدد اقوياء، فاكيد لازم يثبتون نفسهم
زي فريد ما ادري اسمه، بس كويسين والله.
وعندهم كوتش كويس هيكسي.
صح.
وبس لازم يعني يكون بالضبط. لازم التدريب المكثف هو اللي بيجيب النتيجه، والبطوله نفسها طويل شهر كامل، بعد الشهر لازم نحقق شيء، لازم نكون من ضمن توب 5 تمام عشان نتاهل كاس العالم ان شاء الله. تمام.
لتحقيق اي انتصار لحد الان ليث الان يجري طريق لاعبين الاوتار من اجل الوينر تشيكن دينر.
التيم اواجهه 4v4 بالان زون على التشيكن دينر. بختار تيم جي. ليش؟ لانه حرمني من بطوله الاي ام اي النسخه الاولى.
اللاعب اللي حيغزل الفريق اتوقع واللي يحطهم تحت ضغط هو اللاعب فالكون ساتان.
الريجن اللي راح يكون الاقوى اتوقع مينا او تركيا، بس الريجن راح يكون اضعف. انا متاكد انه حيكون اوروبا لانهم صراحه اوفر ريتد.
مين بتوقع انه يكون نفس طويل بالبطوله ويعني يغلب التيمات؟ اتوقع الاس 2 جي بسبب خبرته طبعا يعني الكبيره.
اللي راح يكون بطل PMSL EMEA 2024 ان شاء الله هيرويك، بس بحكي لكم انه هيرويك تيم جديد بس جايين ان شاء الله.
A bit of a resurgence from the lower ends of the table so far today, with both Falcons and now Brute Force taking home a chicken dinner. They have been able to ladder up somewhat in the first games of today. Will that continue, or are we going to see the teams at the top fighting back in our next Erangel?
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope so, because right now it really is the bottom of the tables who are striking back, the Jedis of the lobby right now, making things work, which is nice to see. But I think that towards that top side, you need to really start considering the fact that, you know, you might be caught up. It's not a lot of points right now, and it is still flexible in terms of the points gain. 90 points in that first place. You're looking at 4 big chicken dinners, which Brute Force right now are continuing to get. They've done 2 out of 4 right now. Just another 2 they need to find, which is not that unbelievable in a day.
We've seen it happen. Will we see it a little bit more as the plane path once more heads on over? Blank, it's not a spoiler anymore. They've seen it. It's going from hospital over towards Lipovka. Straight down the middle. Nice and friendly for everybody here. Not a place on the map, really, that is inaccessible from this area, which means that those hot drops should be fairly sparsely placed, if at all enacted, by our teams here.
Directly across the center. So pretty easy for everyone here. So this is probably one of the more fair circles, I would say. So this is a great opportunity for those teams to do exactly that, John, and get themselves up towards that top side and stay there, realistically, because some of our big top dogs are letting things slip just a little bit. IWNRX certainly opened the floodgates, but they seem to be a bit more into the action here. Heroic versus Gladiators, already losing a couple of players. Now, there was some smack talk going on, and as an EU representative, you shouldn't really be doing that if you can't back it up.
Yeah, it's, sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it very much doesn't at the moment for Heroic. It very much has not. UMP on the back, but the pump action. And the nade over the top, that could have been a lot better place, but it's not going to matter. The Micro Uzi from range, and Meku there with the AKM. Finding another player from Heroic, and there's only one now remaining. Volt on the south side of this. Isolated, alone for Heroic now. Will have to trudge his weary pace onwards in a solo effort for the rest of this match.
Very sad here. But for Volt, it's not all doom and gloom, considering he is probably one of the best players on the team here at the moment. NIGMA Galaxy do hit that triple digit up towards the top side of the tables here in first place, which is nice to see.
They'll want a nice big result over the course of today, though, because remember, second place, Power Esports still holds that place on 98 points, only 3 points behind right now. So you do want to make the most of your 6-game lead that you'll have after today, because you know that Power's going to eat straight back into that when NIGMA Galaxy take their leave from the games. I believe they will be sat out on the last day, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're sitting out on Sunday, along with S2G, 3D Max, and Gaming Gladiators. So they'll want to try and keep their record nice and clean. Okay, BEŞİKTAŞ losing a player as well to these hot drops. I thought they were going to be pretty clean on these drops, but apparently I'm mistaken, because we've had a couple of casualties already.
Yeah, it's been a little bit crazy so far at the start of this game. And you would more expect that from our previous playing path, right, John? Which was way more forgiving. IWNRX, though, in very peer, don't lose any players earlier on, should have a reasonable approach into the circle eventually. And a nice, fair circle over towards the eastern side, not too far out. There are a lot of available options, and it's the type of circle that you get most of your players into early on. Most of your teams into, sorry, early on. And likely there's still going to be 16 teams going into our second or third circle, depending on how bloodthirsty people are in this lobby.
Which can seem to change at the drop of a hat, but either way, difficult ground to navigate. Twisted Minds, without moneymakers in this lobby, know that Primorsk will be available, and they do take that opportunity to scavenge what they can around the southwest point of the map. And they have to make their way east with the circle zoning up out towards that shelter area, towards Yaz Fields as well. A lot of that eastern side available. FUT Chaos getting central early. S2G trying to take a southern outpost on the other side of Yaz Fields to give them that confidence to move south if they need to, which they most likely will. So Kelsey holding down on that south point for them. Quite a valuable outpost. However, can be exploited if a team is able to get in there fast enough to try and take control of that from him.
Definitely could be exploited here. But for the time being, they are not doing too badly. I think S2G generally has the right approach to things when it comes to these circles, more than most. We know they like to take Mansion, Heaven, quite frequently. This is the first time in a while, actually, John, we have seen Virtus.pro have such a massive scout out over towards the western side. I think players started to do this less and less. Or at least you have to alternate between games on this scout when you decide to do it, because it was becoming more and more frequent that you would see the team in Yaz barrel it down over towards one of the common scouting positions and just eliminate that one player. So you can see here Virtus.pro, in fact, are just bowing out from that eastern side pretty quickly in the vehicles. You got IWNRX flying up towards where NIGMA Galaxy currently playing. They have taken a knock, though.
On the front line, NIGMA Galaxy having Lufa taken away from them entirely, flushed away. Which leaves them on 3 on a pretty important point in the circle. Around that Potato Hill area, just to the east of Pachinki. And losing control there can spell disaster. I don't think they're going to want to stick around for too long. Potentially find somewhere else to hunker down. Try and play as 3. Try and survive for a little bit longer now. As teams find their way into this next circle. Because I imagine we're going to have some noisy neighbors in this circle.
Oh, yeah. 100%. We're having some noisy neighbors in this kind of circle. Just because there is few compounds that are playable off towards that eastern side that are nice to go with. So you do have to have a bit more of a presence to maintain that position. That's a bold play right there, though, John. 1 player in heaven. Rest of the team over towards the east side of Yaz Fields for S2G. Big old gamble there. But they did send a lot of players quite early on over towards where Virtus.pro were playing. Sort of made a show of force, realistically.
I mean, Virtus.pro are quite split as well, right? They've got Corker and Furia playing 2 up north near that heaven position, around that mansion area. And then to the west side of Prison, they've got Malloy and Milky Way trying to find a foothold there and kind of hedging their bets and maybe not able to convert on any of them. IWNRX in the meantime have now fully secured Potato Hill. However, Brute Force are close enough to pose a threat to it on that northwestern side.
Yeah, I think for Brute Force, again, they have to push their way through. IWNRX takes the slight risk of moving further towards that eastern side, but with a better opportunity of getting further in towards that circle. Brute Force, obviously, at the back of the queue at the moment. The circle heads up towards that northwest edge. A really interesting place to finish, actually, because you still have Yaz Fields in play, and it certainly can go that way. Rozhok becomes a pretty big point of focus. But I think right now BEŞİKTAŞ do pick up one of the best spots in the circle over towards that slight east side of the overlooking hill in Rozhok.
It's all popping off over Potato Hill, though. IWNRX now will have to fend it off properly. Zed Wolf steps out wide, but look at the high ground backup. He's got player on the back line getting taken down. Spray down, but behind the cover. Can keep him safe from Neos. We saw what Neos could do in that last match to close down the game. Zedwolf doesn't even get knocked in response, and IWNRX playing well around this now. Neos has Frozen and Kind to deal with. Frozen swings low, Kind stays up top and handles him. Nicely done there. And Brute Force lose yet another player. They are all the way down to just the one now. And they are nowhere. They are in the wind. They are gone. And rightly so. Playing as one against IWNRX when they're on the fire like that, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be good.
Yeah, it's a clean engagement there from IWNRX, mostly from Zedwolf, honestly. Was able to put up one hell of a defense on his side, swiveling around with the DBS in close quarters. Team Spirit looking for retribution over towards NIGMA Galaxy. Wow, that nade felt like it should have been a lot more destructive, but I think it bounced a little bit to his side. The camera angle made it look a little bit more deadly than it actually was.
A little bit of false perspective there. Ralph, with Nomi close by, takes another bullet to the leg there. They want to find these nades. I think there was a team nade onto Coops, tagging on some damage, forcing Naomi a little bit further back as well, though. Half HP with that DBS. Ralph is so close by. And he is now going around Nomi on in, but they've got the crossfire. Where's the backup? Ralph could be under the swivel, but no. Kitsune now looking to try and hold down the kitchen, stop anyone from pushing in, and allow his team to get Naomi back to their feet. Coops is there, pops the Molotov over the wall, but Effect tries to move in. Coops says no, thank you. Not serving today. And out through to the other side of the wall. They try and hold it down. Effect needs the cover of his teammate, but Kitsune can't quite give it to him. And he unfortunately does go down. The flush comes through from Lord. Is there a third party? Twisted Minds. They're all around this, and they want to pick this one to pieces. Team Spirit, NIGMA Galaxy, you do not waste an opportunity like this for two very, very strong teams to try and take them down completely.
Nade sailing in where Team Spirit's currently playing. Just everything been thrown in here, including the kitchen sink. NIGMA Galaxy very happy to just take a step back here over towards the other compound. Team Spirit's going to have to hold on. More and more nades are sent in here. That one bounces off the window. Molotov. Try to tap in there. Could do a little bit of damage. Actually knocks one. It's a good molly and a good burn.
Very difficult stuff, but Naomi's still on full HP. Naomi is ticking away, and immediately they go for the flush. They're clearing these corners through the smoke. They know that there's not really too much more you could do. Kitsune holding up on the countertop. And the nades from Jafar being cooked in now. Twisted Minds playing this slow and keeping control. Look at the smoke cover. And NIGMA Galaxy, you're right. They just stepped back and said, you guys have your turn. We've already taken a little bit of damage. But Kitsune on a tear. Dami goes down, almost immediately flushed out as well with that DBS once more. And Yusuf will fall second. However, there's the answer to it. Jafar now last to stand for Twisted Minds. Nomi has the angle. Kitsune trying to bait in the shots as Never Alone is flushed away. In the meantime, Nomi will not have time to get Kitsune back up because it's just the Jafar now to look for the tag. Spray across and will be good. Team Spirit able to stay alive with just the one, but they've only got 4 points for their troubles. There are 15 more teams alive. These placement points aren't there to back it up.
Yeah, this is pretty tough. Pretty tough serving to be given here for Team Spirit. NIGMA Galaxy now looking to move back in to finish the job that they attempted to start earlier on. It's sort of making it very difficult for Team Spirit in the sense that with the recent resurgence of NIGMA Galaxy and their skill, some of these rotations they've been making are no longer as free because NIGMA Galaxy is equalizing in speed here. It's sort of amusing how much one team starting to have a good day can affect another here, even a team as good as Team Spirit.
That is a very unfortunate turn of events. Twisted Minds do not get it done, though, on their engagement. And in the process, they've kind of spoiled some pretty crucial crux teams' days on this game, certainly. But Team Spirit, 4 points. I'll put them up to 80 on their 9th match, I believe. For the time being, this is their match number 9. Nomi's still here. Just picking up the pieces now. Surprising, no nades still for Nomi. I think he had 6 smokes, but given the engagement that just happened, the nade bank's looking a little bit sparse. Lord waiting for him to step out. I wonder if he's going to have his wits about him here, because it looks like he's a little bit more concerned with relooting.
Yeah, I think he's looking for a nade here. Like we said before, Twisted Minds pretty much sent everything through into this building. The difficulty comes with the fact that, you know, he can't clear this angle out without a grenade.
Nope.
Now has to send out, but Lord, very much ready and waiting for this one. Will at least take the 3 eliminations, looks for a reset on the supplies here, and grabs a vehicle of his own. Potentially that's what they were looking for, just waiting for the elimination and to see if they could pick up a vehicle that they could steal. Good patience from Lord, honestly.
Yeah, Coops has got a vehicle of his own, so he's a little bit further ahead and might actually crash into 3D Max, who I believe took down a player from IWNRX earlier, who now sit on 2 players alive and playing all the way out on this western edge. Let's refocus over onto the circle, because it's shrunk onto the hill to the east side of Roshok Blank. That is going to be the central focal point, with S2G holding in their little compound around there. That's going to be very powerful. Onyx Ravens, similarly, going to be in some really strong spots on the west points of Roshok.
Yeah, I think BEŞİKTAŞ is definitely a team that we need to be looking at here, though. Really good spot for them. Obviously 3 players, but very doable to make this one work. Oh, 3D Max, the space. A lot of bullets coming their way. A lot of the plaster being pulled off the walls.
Oh my goodness, that is terrifying.
Grab some masks.
That is a terrifying sound. That lead chipping away at that plasterwork. Spraying in the eyes as they try and go for the res. Dust.
I can't see what I'm doing.
Dust breathed into the lungs. They're choking. But they're up again. Now, 2 players for NIGMA Galaxy playing underneath. The one from 3D Max, Narvalo. I wonder if they know he's here. Looks like Lord is being cautious. But he's waiting for it. There goes Narvalo. In. Goes for a little bit of damage, but not much more than that. Coops has the DBS on the door frame, and Narvalo falls prey to it. An unfortunate step out there. He might have been able to give it a little bit more time, a little bit more leash, but was not to be.
Yeah, not enough welly on that one. And I think it's difficult when you come up against a team playing with the DBSs, right? Potentially a strange position from Narvalo. Maybe just couldn't regroup with the rest of the team. Either way, NIGMA Galaxy make their way in and pick up a point for the Troubles. Yeah, BEŞİKTAŞ in such a nice spot. Shared with S2G, though, which obviously does come with its fair share of worries. This is a funny position, John, over by 3D Max, because they essentially can't leave now. But this has also been a shack in the past. Quite a few games, actually, even at international tournaments, where it sometimes can give you a 3rd or a 2nd place. But yeah, 3D Max are definitely now locked in, at least until the circle no longer encompasses this position.
We'll see where the next shift takes us. Still the north shore of the river as well in play for Falcons. They can play up to a bridge. They have a couple of options for crossing. I think that west path is probably more dangerous to try and make a way around unless you use that coastal side. But Onyx Ravens have just been gifted a shift there. And sure, 3D Max do keep in on this circle, but it's right on the edge, Blank. And you said until they have to leave. Well, it might be in phase after this one, so we'll have to keep an eye out there.
It's actually super nice that they get this shift on the circle because it forces BEŞİKTAŞ out, likely to fight with S2G, in which case 3D Max can start to make some interesting decisions. In comes Virtus Pro to join up with the rest of the team. Malloy out and in.
Ooh. Only just in time. Foot Chaos wanted to tread the same path with our lead down. The Onyx Ravens' northern point is a little bit weakened, which allows Foot Chaos to move in with a little bit less damage sent their way, but Star's already gone down. And Doka Machine soon to follow. Just Falconist now for Foot Chaos, and the res can come through for the Onyx Ravens. Nobody having a good time trying to make their way into Roshok.
Dixie. One of the 2 remaining players here for Gladiators. You've had strong control of this place for a long, long time. DA, 4 players, down towards the south side. Good rotation. I like teams playing over towards that south side of the road as well. Just in case you need to make a run out over towards the south edge. It also gives you some good sight lines over towards that position. Here's S2G versus Lord here. And NIGMA Galaxy are still going. With the 2 of them.
They've split up at the moment, sure. Does he know there's a player in the water? I'm not entirely sure he does. Gaith is there, still on the northern side. Lord isn't going to last. Coops went all the way deep into the water, further down. I mean, swimming in the river for NIGMA Galaxy. So they pick up another point. They get a flush, but now they just have to survive for a little bit longer because there's a lot of teams soon to drop out, I'm sure.
I think for Coops, this is not a bad position to be in. He's surviving this spot for quite some time, but usually you do expect another team to be in this area. I just sort of didn't expect Falcons to be holding both the bridges. It's a bold move. It has paid off. So,
yeah,
well done to the trolls masquerading as Falcons.
I mean, nobody's going to be paying super large amounts of attention out to that side, I suppose. No one's going to be flanking on you.
Both sides out, so
yeah,
happy.
And you can kind of cover each other off, right, from those opposing bridges. It's a bit of a distance, and actually that headland kind of sits around with the meander, so you don't really have the vision. But you can navigate along the coastline or the riverbank potentially, and regroup, rejoin around that sort of area. So we'll have to see if they're able to do that. BEŞİKTAŞ, their fight got forced with S2G, and S2G did take the L on that. 2 points added to the tally for BEŞİKTAŞ total, and an 8 over the top to Robs. Puts 3D Max into a spot of bother. Forward, Toshbit goes and wants to get the flush quickly. Victor on the other side. The point stolen away by FLUX, but that nade could bounce right. Goes up a little bit higher. And Victor trying to get the heals, still rolling on in.
He's done it.
Nice.
But only for a little while before the nade comes over the top and we'll finish him off there. 3D Max getting much further than I actually anticipated they would here. And Onyx Ravens just having the time of their lives. A lot of fighting occurring around this location, yet still looking strong here.
I mean, yeah, the Onyx Ravens position is really strong, but with Snoix going out, BEŞİKTAŞ have got the free run of that hill on the east side of this circle. They can start to move up because Onyx Ravens' position doesn't sit atop that mound. You can see that ridge of high ground that Lewis is now starting to get right in the back there. That's very valuable. Difficulty, Falcons, with their 2 players on that eastern bridge, could prove to be troublesome for BEŞİKTAŞ, and the fact that they've only got 3 players as well, that could also be a bit difficult to navigate. The good news for them is that Falcons are playing split, and Kakali's just spotted Satan.
Yeah, I mean, this is fantastic. They will find one of them. The split obviously ends up not paying off too well here. But, the other day, this will give them a very, very nice start towards that eastern push, right, John? Purely because not having that angle on the northern side is going to allow BEŞİKTAŞ to slowly push up towards that ridge. Maybe play off the back of it, but again, it's going to be a long haul until any teams start to find some kind of assistance in this game, because Onyx Ravens just going to be pulling players out from their position all over the map for a long, long while. They've got so much control here.
It's going to be very difficult for teams from Rozhok to get out without the say-so of Onyx Ravens. FLUX in the strongest position to take on BEŞİKTAŞ right now, but this entire ridgeline is very, very open. If Kakali can hold that corner, if he doesn't get naded out, FLUX are going to have a real tough time of getting through here. They might have to rethink their approach moving forwards. They're trying to find anything they can. I don't think that buggy is going to work too well for you. One behind it might, though. And Solke wants to restock before going in.
Just holds up for a little while. And again, this is what we're talking about with FLUX.
They're both in the Coops. And I think...
Are they in the same car?
They're in the same buggy.
Sharing it?
Damar was in the same buggy as him. Oh, dear.
Coops could technically pull out a grenade here if he had one. That's a great nade from Ali. Takes both of them down in the water. Nice depth charge sent in there to both of them.
Ragnar.
600 damage now.
The last player to stand, Ragnar, for Falcons. Will have to swim himself. He knows that that angle's being shot from. And Ali now scouting out that direction. Damar just about to go down. And he can put the pin back in. Looks like there goes Ragnar. And it's Onyx Ravens to pick up yet more points.
Yeah, for Onyx Ravens, just doing a great job in this location. I thought they would suffer a lot more heavily here, John. I didn't think they'd do this well. But again, with this circle, it's sort of a little bit more simple to get yourself a strong game off the back of this. But no one's really proven to be too much of a difficulty for them so far. I think that's why you do see FLUX and BEŞİKTAŞ, is what I talked about earlier. You get up towards this ridge side on the eastern edge, you become that final boss that Onyx Raven has to deal with in the end game. I thought that was a nade.
I did too.
Yeah.
Goodness me. All right, well, just bandages. A little bit better for you than an explosive pop through the window. The reason that high ground can't be occupied right now fully is because those two teams are both there together. After this res, I'm imagining we're just going to see BEŞİKTAŞ have to send on in. That knock onto Kakali slows things down, something awful. Can Lewis have an impact on this off angle? Being that forward outpost for them? He's moving up and he might want to do something about it, but no nades in hand. Needs to just go for the gunfights here. Needs to push FLUX off these angles that are holding his teammates back from crossing.
FLUX. Again, they want to be the ones that go toe-to-toe with Onyx Ravens in those end games. BEŞİKTAŞ did quite a good job of being quite resilient this game. It wasn't the easiest of push-outs from that east side. FLUX has managed to stay out the majority of the fights for themselves. BEŞİKTAŞ has been a little bit more in the limelight here.
Ooh, Kakali.
But a nice shot from Lux on the back lines. Takes them to 7 eliminations now on FLUX.
They didn't quite have the cover.
A good game from them.
Definitely a good game from them. They didn't quite have the cover to get that cross on Kakali. He was left a little bit high and dry, but BEŞİKTAŞ still have some smokes to play around. FLUX playing as 4. Going to try and roll on over this one now. Toshbik. Lewis want to try and hold their nerve. Lux goes down. A good opener. Not really anything found in response, but there's some damage. Over towards Lewis. He hits the deck again. Nades for catch. Unpinned. Starting to send forwards, but the damage from Toshbik keeps on pouring through. The vehicle goes up in flames, and that is a lot of damage over towards their backline as well. But can he hold his nerve? No, not quite. And in comes a third party. Onyx Ravens want to stop this from being a threat. They've moved out. They know that they've got the city handled. Rozhok is no longer an issue. They can start to turn their attention to these teams out in the east who've been quiet up until now, but they have drawn the ire of the Raven.
Yeah, and I mean, this is important. This is sort of the mistake that I was hoping that the Onyx Ravens wouldn't make during this match, which is just allowing this team that's down towards the eastern side to just lie in wait for such a long time. They will clear them. 10 eliminations found. Leif does go down, but it's more than good enough here. DA, probably the last bastion now for Onyx Raven to deal with. Will be a 4v3, I'd imagine. Will depend on the circle. Considering going to Zone 9, Onyx Ravens will have that central position. So, yeah, this is going to be a great way for them to finish this out. And crossing over this hill is going to be awkward. But Onyx Ravens still will have to set themselves up nicely for this.
I feel like Lewis could be a really big factor here. If he's able to sneak up closer to the Onyx Ravens, if they don't spot him, which is probably quite likely that they do, could allow Digital Athletics the time, the distraction that they need. Diversion sent out their way, because look, if Ali gets spotted in his current location, there's no way that Lewis misses this spray down on a broadside, on a rooftop. Here he comes, there he is. He spots it. Immediately taking him down, has the tree for cover as well. And Vigors Tags an ankle. Lewis might go down, but DA, what are they going to do with this time, right? They are looking for it. Vickers nearly goes down. Lewis has finally been dispatched. That actually goes over to Scarface, but they're slow. They're being really slow about this. DA need to make a move now. They need to get across whilst this attention is drawn, whilst these knocks have gone through. The flush was over to the Onyx Ravens, and now there's only 2 players to deal with. The smoke train is there, and they have managed to get forwards now. DA may be able to turn this one back into their favor with the numbers advantage. Ali going down at a crucial point there to Lewis.
Vickers has to hit big on this nade. So far, DA has avoided the majority of damage. Only 1 nade available. Has to get some value.
Ooh. Ooh.
Good from Sally. And a massive amount of damage done. That was the last grenade there now from Vickers.
Tixie's there as well for Gladiators. I don't know what he's got in his pockets. I don't know how deep he can dig here. But he might go completely unnoticed. Saleh finds more damage still. But no more nades left, and there's Vickers. Steps out, Scarface goes down, and he has the hilltop that he took Ali off earlier. It's beautiful, and he's turning on for more as well. The long-range shot from Yekta behind the wall nearly spots Vickers, and Tixie is still there, still biding his time. Secret agent in the grass by the wall, and they need to be worried about it. They might not know he's there, but they're certainly going to know about it as soon as he steps up. 3 players now for DA. Saleh crosses, a little bit too bold, a little bit too brash. A DA pulling back down to earth for it. Tixie spotted and dispatched. Now it's just Vickers to hold face for Onyx Ravens up top. Yeah, Nico looks for it, but no, it's going to be Nico to shut it down for Digital Athletics. Onyx Ravens look so good for so long, but a crucial pick-off from Lewis ruins their day. They can't hold it out, and it's DA to take it back.
It's sad that once you lose Ali on Onyx Ravens' side, everything just comes crumbling down that team. I think Vickers has still been doing pretty good stuff for today for the team. But yeah, it was a tough ending for them. But some of those nades towards the end felt a little bit lackluster. Vickers on the rooftop maybe could have done that earlier as soon as he started seeing the smokes out. Saved that grenade for a better throw where he realized he could see kind of where they would be. Lewis certainly does ruin the entire day, though, for Onyx Ravens. Some great shots around that side. But again, I appreciate that Onyx Ravens actually pushed out earlier on to deal with some of the players from FLUX. And because of that, they got far, far further into the game than they might have done otherwise.
Getting it deeper into these games, getting those placement points, very, very important. Tospik with the highest damage for BEŞİKTAŞ on that eastern side. Couldn't quite get past the Onyx Ravens, but that didn't stop them from making it really, really tough for the Onyx Ravens to win that one. And in fact, we're able to stop them from doing so entirely. A little bit more even of a spread in these top 5 positions this time around, but still, DA, 19 points and a nice chicken dinner.
Yeah, Gladiator's sort of going under the radar there with 9 points total on that game. It shows that X taking the lead there, 19. And FLUX not far behind with the 11 points. NIGMA Galaxy and Team Spirit are locked in combat today and don't seem to want to become untangled either.
I mean,
so,
you could say the same, right, for 3D Max and S2G, and I think that I will, in fact. They are still entangled and unwilling to unentangle themselves.
Yeah, I think it's difficult, though, because I do believe we're now at a stage for 3D Max where they've learned their lesson from those rotations, and it's just because they're in similar pathways of one another. And because both these teams, Team Spirit and NIGMA Galaxy, equally matched in terms of skill. 3D Max and S2G, I would also say, equally matched in terms of skill. So it makes those fights way more deadly than they might be if, say, NIGMA Galaxy came up against Twisted Minds. That's a much easier fight to deal with for them. And they could come out of that with 4 players, 4 points, and more free area for themselves to work with towards that late game. This time around, they're leaving the fight. No nades, hardly any utility, and probably a loss of 2 players. So you're starting to see some other guys over on the overalls, which we're going to take a look at right now. You start to see these other teams start to do much, much better, just because a lot of our strong teams are taking one another out.
NIGMA Galaxy still at the top, though, for the time being, at least. 106 points now. And Power maintaining second place after 3 of our matches have been played so far today is pretty good news for them. They're going to be quite happy with that, although Virtus.pro going to be looking to continue their pursuit, as are 3D Max and S2G. Look at that, down to 8th place there. It is very much still all possible for them to see themselves in the top 3 by the end of today. An 18-point difference between 2nd and 8th right now.
Yeah, it's really squeaky over towards the top side of the tables. Even as we head down just a little bit, probably all the way down to around about 12th place, maybe at 65 points. That's really where you start to see the big drop off. But this whole tournament, the whole thing has been predicated off the back that so many of our teams are in equal skill, which makes this really entertaining to watch, because it's very difficult to determine who's going to do well game to game, because everyone has it in them. Just need the right circle or potentially the right feeling on the day to really come out blasting.
Onyx Ravens not in bottom 4. Let's go! They're in 15th place, 54 points after that match. Down in the bottom there, Na'Vi and Moneymakers. 2 teams not playing today, it is worth mentioning, but still far from where you want to be, especially when the 4 teams ahead of you have got 3 matches fewer than you on the record as well. That is going to be very, very difficult to swallow because they are going to have to really put up some big numbers. Both Na'Vi and Moneymakers going to need to do so. I think the bigger surprise of those 2 is the Moneymakers to try and get out of that bottom 4 position.
Yeah, let's take a quick break whilst I sort my hair out. So we'll be back very shortly with TDM.
Cheers, Tinky Winky.
الأمانة لو في تصنيف يعني غير
فوق
غير توب جنز صراحة يعني حطينا بس
صدق
للأسف
بحطه فوق مرة
خليني ابدا يلا صاطي.
السلام عليكم شباب، نيفر الون مون من فريق تويستد مايند.
السلام عليكم، معكم ايزي لاعب باور اي سبورت.
السلام عليكم، معكم كان تيم باور سبورت.
مرحبا، انا بيجورس من تيم اونكس.
صالح من فريق اونكس.
واليوم راح نسوي الباور رانكينج، راح نصنف
الاتيام.
PMSL هيرويك
برضو لا، انا اشوف انه هنا والله تيم جديد صح عليك،
فممكن احط طبعا نيو تشالنجرز اللي
هم يعني فريق جديد او او منافس جديد.
نقدر اسمع القط واحد من اللي فوق، كلنا واحد. ايوه حط هاته.
النجمة يعني اسم
أيوة
كبير بس صراحة يعني مستواهم يعني ينزل
عن فترة صح؟
سنة ورا سنة. طيب راح نختار أجل على كلامك رايزنج ستار،
توب جانز، اس2جي،
تويستد.
توب جانز برضو ايه الافضل.
الأمانة لو في تصنيف يعني غير
فوق
غير توب جانز صراحة يعني حطينا بس
صدق
للأسف
بحطه فوق مرة.
صار الاسود في البطولة. اصبر خليني ابدا
يلا صاطي.
لعبنا ضده كثير باور صراحة،
وفريق القديم كمان، وفريق جدا كويس.
رايزنج ستار صراحة.
اي حتى انا معك النقطة هذه.
رايزنج ستار
والله احس ان فالكون صار اسود. ايه معك ذي والله ممكن.
نعرفهم كثير. كان بطل الانمي السنة اللي فاتت اول نسخة. دارك هورس الصراحة.
بروت فورس من اكثر الاتيام اللي صراحة احب لعبهم، لانه يلعبون اج بطريقة خيالية الصراحة. ودي احطهم صراحة رايزنج ستار. ايه
اتفق معك صراحة. كل سنة يعني يصير اقوى،
صح، يتطورون اكثر حتى مع دخول الرابع اللاعب الرابع.
اونكس
اشوف انه تحدي جديد، نيو تشالنجرز.
حطها.
لا
انا اشوف انه ان شاء الله صار اسود.
صار اسود سويها
ان شاء الله. اوه سبيريت، اعرف اسم لك ما في اللوجو. تيم اسطوري والله تيم اسطوري والله. توب جانز
روستر قوي، روستر خبره واسامي كبيره مره، ونتوقعهم من المرشحين صراحه. خلصنا الترتيب الباور رانكينج مثل ما تشوفون، يعني هذا اللي عندنا صراحه. يعطيكم العافيه.
يعطيكم العافيه على متابعتنا.
هذه توقعاتنا وان شاء الله نتوفق فيها يعني.
شكرا لكم،
يعطيكم العافيه.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Day blank, and of course, you know what that means. It means it's time for the highlight of everyone's day, TDM.
Love a bit of TDM. Time to get into it with Team Spirit versus NIGMA Galaxy, who I've kind of been going toe-to-toe with it all day today. So I'm sort of curious to see how they'll do versus each other. Here's our TDM challenge and how things have gone in terms of who's won. So challenges on our
previous days. Are you, what are you?
Ooh. Wait, challenges on the left or the right side?
These are the previous results with the MVP teams on the left. So you can see there, and then the challenged teams. That's quite mean to call them challenged, but you know they're doing all right. Na'Vi certainly were.
Yeah, sorry, no, it's just not in order. That's all.
Is it not?
Second, yeah, because I imagine fifth would be Team Spirit down at the bottom again. I suppose. I think
I'm not entirely sure that's right. I think you're fighting ghosts right now.
Yeah, I think I'm fighting ghosts right now. That certainly confused me though. I'll put it that way.
Okay, because the first one was NIGMA Galaxy versus I can't remember who they fought the first day, but NIGMA Galaxy won. This time around, NIGMA Galaxy have their second chance, as do Team Spirit. To be fair, whoever wins this one, right, is a two-time winner of TDM, which means that they are de facto.
How are they ranked? How are they ranked though?
Just by match
40
1,
points.
MVP 1, MVP 2, MVP 3.
But it
the
said
days.
rank though. Their rank was number 1, not their day.
Oh, then I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's what was confusing.
Oh, that makes sense. I think it was just done by days though. Like number 1 was just day 1. That's how I read it.
Someone got a 39 rank 3, but they lost. Anyway,
cool.
We're rank cool that you lost. Yeah, we're into TDM though, and it is NIGMA Galaxy versus Team Spirit. We're getting all up in their face at the moment. NIGMA Galaxy still taking the lead though.
Oh, nades are back in. I wonder if we're going to see as much slipping and sliding, like Robbie Rotten on a banana peel in this one. Lord has the angle, but Naomi says no thank you. Turns him away. There is a trade, but Luther immediately pinned back to the floor there. Ralph turns the corner. And finally, Team Spirit take the lead by 1. Naomi very far forwards as Coops challenges effect on the angle. Luther able to take him out in the end.
Ooh, Luther very low. And that could have been the equalizer and the 1-pointer above. But Luther will start to regenerate HP now.
Tsune with the M249, able to unleash a hailstorm of bullets. The nades to the back. 2 of NIGMA Galaxy's players fall. And it is Team Spirit to keep it going. Coops, though, too quick with it. The AKM playing well for him. Needs to be worried, though, because his health bar's at half, and Kitsune is going to reduce that to a big fat goose egg. Nade in hand for Naomi. as Lufa gets a little bit of a cross there. Lord suppressing the angle. The Cook's good, just behind the wall, not finding the knock or the elim onto Lufa as well. Naomi will be able to seal the deal, though. A couple of bullets to the back.
I mean, the tiny little hop and then over the tiny gap. Get it over the crate as well. I know, man. Naomi sort of is the king of grenades in this tournament. 15-12 at the moment. So Team Spirit slowly but surely bringing it back. I don't think Naomi cares too much about dying. It means he gets another grenade.
Very valuable tool to keep in the arsenal. NIGMA Galaxy being very passive on this one, but they are going blow for blow. You can see immediately those 3 nades coming out for Team Spirit. Isolating angles. Lufa gone low. Has to break out wide, but he's against 2 on this flank. Not really got much support either. Waiting for his team to come back in and give him that aid. Should he want it? Effect wants to challenge, and the heal comes in. So that's what he's waiting for. Kitsune with the shots, but tagging either way. No elim just yet. No meat around the edge. They know he's there. Effect, though, lit up on the off angle. Ralph needs to be a little bit quicker to take him down all the way, and Naomi's completely just demolishing them over on that right-hand side. Naomi, nade over the top, and Lord for a second. No, neither allowed for a point.
I'm 4 points ahead now, so Team Spirit have brought it back pretty decently. Now up to 20 points, so going fairly quickly here for Team Spirit. Again, very much up in the grill of NIGMA Galaxy. It's not been many of these TDMs where we've seen a team get real up close and personal with a face-off here and still be coming out ahead.
Around the corner, perhaps a little bit to equalize for NIGMA Galaxy, and a push forwards, which hasn't really been their MO for a while. Naomi cooking the nade. He knows Lufa's there. Is he going to put the nade? Yeah, over towards Lord. Right on top of him as well. And just a 100-0. Very swift as Naomi does get traded off. 20 points, 21 points now for NIGMA Galaxy as they cut the cross as Lufa moves forwards as well. Before that healing kicks in. 2 points now the gap, and NIGMA Galaxy are bringing this one back under control as they surge forwards.
Yeah, just not allowing the guys from Team Spirit to get set up with these grenades too quickly, which have been really deadly so far. Naomi with another one. He is just too good with it.
Effect forwards. Lord on the dirt, but...
Ooh, try drop shot him. That's cheeky.
Not going to be able to get back up from that one, unfortunately. Ralph, yeah, no. Too low on the health there to do anything. Kitsune forcing him wide, and in fact, caught unawares by that, maybe. Thinks his
pistol.
Was that with a pistol? Goodness me. Got a headshot as well.
First pistol elimination in the TDM so far.
Love to see it.
And the M249 now in play. There's some devastating work.
Oh. There's cross angles there coming in for NIGMA Galaxy, but still 5 points behind. Make that a 6th with the nade from Effect. Blasting him back to spawn. For the time being, anyway. Grab another nade for himself.
Ooh, another lovely nade from Naomi.
I feel like I'm not seeing nades from NIGMA Galaxy getting anything done here. It seems purely Team Spirit of being allowed to have nades this game.
Yeah, it's because I think it's just they're forcing them into corners all the time, and Team Spirit is never in one place. There's not much camping going on. So every time that NIGMA Galaxy tries to get situated in this very much hold-up play style, Team Spirit is forcing their way onto him. That's a clean victory, honestly, for Team Spirit. I like the play style. Send far in. Anytime that they're going to try and camp it out, send the nades in, clear them out that way. So, yeah, they took a few more casualties, maybe, than they wanted to. But still very, very clean. So Team Spirit, 40 points. Hashtag, maybe just number.
Yeah, it's just match number, isn't it? So we had match number 1, the Moneymakers there. Team Spirit were able to beat out the Gladiators before, and this means that they are now 2-0 in their TDMs, which makes them the undisputed best TDM team right now in this tournament. Unfortunately, today, they haven't had that momentum shown so far. They haven't quite been able to eke out as many points as they were, certainly, on day number 1, but maybe this will give them a little bit of confidence, Blank.
yeah, just a wee bit of confidence there for themselves. And I mean, they need it because they have been sort of just doing TDM, but in game. There's no respawns in game, sadly. So once someone's out, they don't get another grenade to send hell for leather towards the guys on the other side of the map.
No, it's not going to be going their way. We're going to take a short break before we get back into the thick of the main tournament, the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA. We'll see you in just a few minutes for our final installment of Erangel today. Getting ready for match number 4, Blank. We have got our last Erangel of the day to get stuck into in just a few, once our teams are locked and loaded and ready to go. We've had, I said it before at the start of last match, a little bit of resurgence from the teams towards the lower end of these tables. They have been unleashing the beast today with Monster, our official sponsors here at the PMSL EMEA. And it feels like we've had a lot of very strong performances from those teams. Obviously, Falcons getting that chicken dinner, following that up with a brute force chicken dinner as well. It's been great to see. And Onyx Ravens nearly able to get a chicken dinner on their match as well, having that one taken away from them in the end by a sneaky little backstab from BEŞİKTAŞ to give that one over to Digital Athletics instead. But still, really strong stuff and a lot of points that they earned on that game to boot. So a lot of power coming through in the high spots for these bottom of the table teams.
Yeah, I think for the bottom of the tables, this has been a great day for absolutely everyone. Oh, was that a bit of rock, paper, scissors going on?
I think it must have
Or
been.
did he just magic away the heat pack? Either way, very cool.
Why not both?
Why not both? Why not both? But yes, for at the moment, S2G doing pretty decently, 3D Max doing pretty decently, but not as good as some of these teams towards the bottom who are starting to bring things back up to speed with their INFINIX GT20 Pros, which they are certainly standing out with at the bottom of the tables, our official smartphone sponsor here over at the PMSL EMEA. Grateful to have them on board. Phones seem to be absolutely marvelous.
I've not heard any complaints right now. Everyone's enjoying their time. handling those devices. So hopefully that will continue. NIGMA Galaxy still atop the pile for the time being, obviously with more matches played than many of our other teams at this stage. As we transition towards Team Spirit's second day, obviously they were able to go 2-0 in the TDMs as well. They've had 2 MVPs on their side, so they've been able to challenge 2 different teams. Then with Gladiators first and NIGMA Galaxy second. Not looking so hot to be able to take home another MVP title today, though. Their first 3 games, a little bit lackluster in terms of their results. We've seen some pretty good positions from them, but they haven't been able to capitalize in the way that we've come to know and love from this team. Is he okay? Is he? That was quite forlorn, right? That stare. Goodness me.
Oh, no. Scary. Very, very scary. Football is chaos here. I've not seen these jackets before, though. Very red and chaotic.
They look pretty good.
Chaotic that only 3 of them have them on.
Yeah. That is the weirdest number. Unless, like, there's a captain jersey. You know, or like a goalkeeper jersey.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I feel like the captain jersey should be red. The rest should be black.
I don't know. Like martial arts belts, red is generally like black is normally the highest one, right?
Right. Where would you rank red?
Where would I rank red?
Yeah.
Well, if you're talking about martial arts, then there's several different places you could rank it.
No, just me in general.
Oh, red? Just below black for me.
Okay. Plan with a plan. Knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. You don't have an immediate ranking of all the colors in the world? Come on.
I have. No.
Okay, well, there you go.
I was going to say maybe I did, but I don't.
Okay, good talk.
I do not.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're welcome.
That's absolutely fair, you know. But I think black is definitely, if just purely because of martial arts belts, it's like the top color in terms of colors overall. Although when you gray it, it becomes a little bit more tenuous. So I'll have to make the call there as and when.
I mean, that's very reasonable. We are heading over towards Erangel. Last one of the day, as John has mentioned. And we're going up from that north side down towards the south. Still waiting on our circle here. When we get it, you'll be the first to know. I promise. Team Spirit, 10 points on the day so far. So not great. Equally, though, NIGMA Galaxy haven't been able to get too much done with a lot of these just crossing of wires between the 2 teams. And I think Team Spirit needs to start thinking about less that they know they can go toe-to-toe with NIGMA Galaxy, but more about the fact that they don't have to. I think you can take the... It's not taking the L. It's more... You know, realizing that this is not good for your health and your points.
The greatest revenge is success, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine beating someone without even needing to fight them. That's bigger.
So just leave. Just leave off of that position. Head elsewhere. Play around with that. Gladiators on your screens at the moment, taking a little rotate of their own. You know, quietly decent this week, I'd say. S2G lose CEO later as Falconist on the roof is giving them absolute hell here.
He's dropping down. He wants more behind the container, taking a little bit of damage, but the spray not quite good for another. He's extracted quite the toll from S2G as they finally put him down, but Hamzy G's low. The rest of Foot Chaos split around. That is a high cost for just the one vehicle to be able to claim that compound and the tiny bit of loot that was in there. They lose 2 players, Calci and CEO later. Great stuff from Falconist. I mean, like, if you're going to go down, taking 2 players with you on a hot drop, beautiful. That's as good as you could hope for, really.
Yeah, it was a furious first play start to the game. 3D Max, fast and furious.
He's
on
on a
their
push
bicycle.
bike.
Yeah.
This is great. He's going backsies. Oh, side saddle for Victor. As Robs is doing all the heavy lifting. Could there be a more metaphorical representation of 3D Max?
Yeah, Rob's Victor
Pedaling,
on the back
like,
here,
sweating, and Victor's just
dragging
like,
him down,
singing a
Rob.
nice song, like cracking a can of Monster, just having a good time on the back of the bike.
Dear me. Well, I mean, if he gets you places, he gets you places, and Robs certainly will get you places in this tournament. I honestly think they have been looking better and better, though, in terms of Narvalo and Victor. Less silly mistakes.
Oh.
Hello, Razy.
A little bit too slow to get up onto the roof there. They were chasing him down. They must have done, because his buggy is up on the roof. So they were on...
Wow, that's a play and a half then.
On the hunt. And so he sent himself... I would like to see how he got himself up there in the first place. Like, if he got a buggy and they were chasing him, he jumped up onto the roof and just took 2 players with him. That is even better than just getting rolled up on, right? Like, that's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of an awesome move.
Big respect.
Big respect for it. You guys want to follow me? Follow this.
You're gonna follow me to hell as he drags them down with him.
He really did. He really did. Team Spirit actually lost a player, and again, rightly so. I think they're getting a bit too big for their boots. They made this similar play beforehand, where they sent far out towards that western side with Effect. And Effect was able to get a cheeky elimination over towards IWNRX, who likes to spread themselves thin towards the beginning of the game and get some scouting done over towards this eastern side. But they punish Effect for going for that play again. And therefore, Team Spirit down to 3 at the start of the game. So, you know, for Team Spirit, realistically, you wanted to get around about 40 points today. Get it towards 110 on your second day. That would have been a really good result. Now they're going to be scrambling for those points. And that 70-point day yesterday feels like they just salvaged a bad day that they were going to have today.
Currently, a lot of our teams seem to be kind of struggling to get more than a 10-point average per game. It seems like that is a limited availability to teams right at the top here. And obviously, Team Spirit at the end of yesterday were over that mark, right? By 10 points over that average overall. If they would get 60 points, that would be 10 points a game, right? But they got 70. The fact is that they're now on 9 matches with 80, which isn't as much as 10 per game, but it is still pretty strong. And what's really interesting is that DA have jumped up over at 85 points now on the same number of games played.
Yeah, I mean, for DA to be there and Team Spirit to be underneath, well, it's a feels bad moment, right? But I think that overall, our grouping is really tight in terms of the teams on the leaderboard, though. I mean, it's a very small amounts of point drop-offs between the ranks at the moment. And we're even missing a few ranks in here with teams that aren't playing, so we aren't seeing the whole picture at the moment.
Who's in 7th place? It could be anyone.
Could be anyone. Because that looks like the biggest drop-off, right? Between DA and Team Spirit, but it's not, because there's a team in between there. It's really, really competitive.
Yeah.
For week 2.
I believe that's RCB in 7th place, by the way. Just
thanks.
Just to clarify. Power up
Appreciate
in 2nd place as well.
I think they're 81 points then.
They've got to be. I think they are. Yeah, I think they are.
If I remember correctly, using my remaining brain cells.
You want to save some of them, though. I need you. I need you to be a man on the spot thinking about this game as well, because this is an interesting dynamic on the circle, and we're seeing a lot of teams crunching down to the south edge of this mainland, and it's going to be brutal. Whatever happens, I don't think there's going to be a full 4 team from this northern side that succeeds.
Yeah, don't worry, John. I've got 40 brain cells left.
Nice. Spend one.
One for each year that I remain here on this planet.
Oh, okay. Goodness me. That sounds like a sci-fi like novel premise.
You get 1 brain cell a year.
Yeah. You get
gotta save them
You're
up.
born with all the brain cells you'll ever have, and you spend 1 a year.
Could spend more for revelations.
Oh.
And discoveries.
Ooh, okay. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking. Let's write a novel instead of talking about this PUBG mobile game.
Man creates cure. dies at 21. How many brain cells did he spend?
And there's an underground trade in spare brain cells. Ooh.
Oh my lord. The black market of brain cells.
Wow.
This is a great story. In the meantime, your other story on the screen right now is FLUX taking a lot of damage versus Team Spirit. And Team Spirit have decided to hand off NIGMA Galaxy towards IWNRX, who are being handled themselves.
Okay.
Brute Force Freezer heads upstairs, will take down Kakali, who suffers a very hefty demise at the hands of Brute Force. They storm their way upstairs. You're right, teams were crunching down towards that south side, but a very fortunate circle for a lot of these squads that it sends back up towards that northern edge. They don't have to worry about scrambling down towards Sosnovka.
Yeah, it's going to allow the teams on Sosnovka to confirm a leave. Maybe timely so.
Exit.
I don't know. Doka Machine in the meantime, let's hop back in here because Heroic are coming apart at the seams under the pressure from Foot Chaos. And remember, that was the team that was able to get Falconist taking 2 out of S2G earlier on. The rest of his team not to be left behind. Pulling points out of Heroic.
Maybe overconfident on that spray with the M249. Great nade, though, coming through from Brute Force, who are going from strength to strength here. Now looking for Poser. Quickly dispatched on the pincer maneuver. Brute Force up to 3 points. They are really running with this momentum, John.
With the South Coast position as well. Not too many teams going to be close by to... I love the bike so much. Especially when you pop to it after there's been a fight. And it's just like, oh, I'm going up. The sound. It's just quiet enough. Just there enough.
It's still on it.
Very enjoyable. Just the one shot from Doka Machine.
All you need with the M249. Deadly. Very deadly. 5 eliminations found for Footballist Chaos.
He's dropped it for the Bison.
Yes, the shotgun of the submachine.
The shotgun. The shotgun of the submachine guns. What's the submachine gun of the shotguns, though? I think the SK-12.
I want to say like the Pumpy.
I feel like it's the SK-12, though.
You could be right.
Yeah.
You could be correct.
It might be. I'm not sure. This is a very deep and philosophical question. Yeah. Yeah, I'm coming around to it now. I think you convinced me.
Yeah.
But the SK-12? No, the Pumpy.
Yeah, it's the Pumpy. It's how they feel.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
It's the feel.
It's the vibe.
Feel. It's not how accurate it is. It's the feel.
We vibe checked.
And we're comfortable with the Pumpy.
That's right.
Onyx Ravens, Twisted Minds, in the battle of their lives for this bridge. And it doesn't make sense. Just let them leave. You have a ways to go yourself, Ravens. Fly on by.
What is Vickers trying to do there? Show his back to the enemy? He's trying to moon him. It's just...
You will never get this.
I don't know what he's trying to do with that. That was really odd. Because he was peeking around that headland and potentially exposing himself to a position on the bridge. And looking at the top of the tree behind him, like...
It was sort of interesting.
Unsure. But he's gone now.
3D Max on the side of the road, hoping the Gladiators don't know about this situation. Where did Props come from? Felt like he was in the car with them.
Maybe he was the entire time. I would love to see that. Sorry, the Gladiators getting taken to task here by 3D Max, but Matic is still going. AZ is there as well. Meku bleeding on out. Meku back in the fold, by the way, for the Gladiators. Going to be brought back on in. The Matic and Meku duo. It's AZ taking shots out towards 3D Max. I thought it was going 3D Max's way, but it looks like potentially that's not to be the case. As a nade from Matic finds Narvalo. Gets the flush. Victor now the last to stand for them. And the French roster having an unfortunate turn of events here against the Gladiators, who are just dipping up and dipping down. Matic's playing with them here.
Yeah, Matic is a really, really good player. But most of the time, he's a really good player solo. I think that's what makes it quite difficult to play around Matic, is that he can 1v4 teams. But you put him in a 2v4 scenario, he doesn't always play nice. So that is the difficulty, and I think that's where he needs to maybe improve on. And I think the rest of the team has to sort of play around him a lot of times. Which was the case even last year.
Yeah.
Where he was taking a lot of those crazy off angles. Team had to support those off angles, even if sometimes they weren't always the wisest. But they worked out just enough where it was like, maybe he is onto something. Which dragged the team in very awkward directions, I would say.
IWNX Ruya losing a player to Twisted Minds, who did get away from that bridge. The Onyx Ravens and them gracefully parted ways after
being mooned.
That's right. That's what happened. Dammy, shots over towards Coops. They've taken one from IWNRX, and now they want one from NIGMA Galaxy. Coops not trapped here, but will want to leave fairly soon, with the circle shifting up towards Potato Hill.
No, Cooper-matic in play. Looking to keep things together. Heads into the sewers. Brief dip. Not the nicest of dips, but necessary in this situation.
It's completely false. Definitely don't.
Completely
do
false, yeah. Weird statement. That's not good for the skin. Grazing over the top of someone's head, but a nice shot from Never Alone will drop Lord there.
Playing out on that wide.
Not sure about Ralph's grenades sometimes. He's a real big fan of these. Throw them really high in the air.
Yeah, and Coops goes down as well. Twisted Minds, they're winning this fight. Definitely. Safe to say.
Yeah.
Ralph.
Yeah.
Completely open now. Should be going down here. They've already tagged some damage. Has to hit the deck. But they are nade over the top. And that's the end of NIGMA Galaxy. As Twisted Minds flank around. Jafar did go down in the midst of it. But a lot more points added. And Twisted Minds get 4 so far. With more still to come, I'm sure.
Yeah, not bad at all. They'll be able to get themselves some more eliminations. And not only that, get themselves some utility smokes. Whatever NIGMA Galaxy ended up leaving behind. Team Spirit were able to get into a pretty nice spot over towards the south side of the circle, and not having to deal with the guys over on NIGMA Galaxy has given them an opportunity to get far into this game, which is nice.
Getting the flush onto pre-pod for Hamzy. 2 players on S2G remaining. Nade over from Ado. That might be good. It's just a little bit too low damage there. And Hamzy can enact the heal onto himself. 5 nades in pocket as well. So he's got plenty to play with. He saw that step out and just goes for the spray, but Ado was so ready for it. Ray Z on that off angle. The position completely known, but the blue pushing him away. Has to get in the buggy.
Nice shots from Ado. Again, this guy was what a killer. A lot of the heavy lifting for him.
Onyx Ravens did finally take down Twisted Minds out on the southwest side, by the way. I think they have, not quite yet, but soon to lose a player to it, unless they can get that res tagged on fast, but I don't think it's going to happen. They did lose Ali. Pretty big blow to the team. One of the most powerful players in that roster. They've got a position now on the southwest edge.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all, but with the fact that Team Spirit have found them, might be a little bit more difficult for the Onyx Ravens. I think IWNRX will quite like to get involved in this one. Push back towards that southwest side, potentially get themselves more eliminations and create some more space.
North shift. Up towards the hill. And that's a little dangerous there for the south edge. Going to have to probably rotate around. Team Spirit, you'd imagine, they fold back in. Maybe take a push up towards Virtus Pro's position. Either way, going to be difficult. As they have got Onyx Ravens at their side, but they seem to be handling that quite effectively.
Replay. Matic taking down the remaining members here from 3D Max. Super squeaky situation, but still. Some really nice pop-up maneuvers here coming through from him.
Very clean from Matic. I think before he stepped up and did that, that's when I was thinking, oh, 3D Max have kind of got them handled right now. And Matic goes and does that. Saleh spotted. The Onyx Ravens will be eliminated. I felt like they had a better shout than that, but they now have been removed as a thorn of Team Spirit's side. FLUX might be taking their place, but they've already got a compound out on the west side, just out the east of Pachinki Fields. Taking those buildings there. So I'm not too sure that they're going to fully commit to flanking around this side. They just want to get some scouting done with Ketch for FLUX.
Yeah, I think for FLUX, likely you just remain here as long as you can. Ketch will move down towards the ridge side. Try and look for other teams who are sitting out on that edge.
Digital Athletics today. It feels like every time I see them, I have to remember that they are actually doing really quite well on their points. Despite being up there in 6th place with obviously having their day already out. Leapfrogging up over Team Spirit to be top dogs on that regard. But that could all change on this match. Falcons, they've had some success today. On a couple of engagements, that nade near to Gaith doesn't quite find the knock. As Team Spirit take down IWNRX, another poor game on their record. Not the greatest of news, but FLUX are there to turn it straight back around onto Team Spirit.
Yeah, Team Spirit taking one knock and a flush there. Again, 2 players, not too bad. Looking to get further into this game, though. Nomi and Kitsune. Pretty good duo in terms of having Kitsune call the shots. Get some good backline action and Nomi being in the front there. AZ defending off against the world to try and protect his teammates. Not meant to be, though, as Gaith comes in, puts the shotgun halfway down his throat there. Certainly will do some damage.
Not going to be good for the internals on that one. Gaith looking for these reses as well. Satan close by to DA, so I don't think they're going to be able to get Satan back up. There we go. Coldex flushes it out. Now playing towards the center. DA with 3 players. Looking pretty strong here. Virtus Pro on the south with 4. They're looking to try and flank around and will be able to find the rest of Team Spirit. That is them out. 4 eliminations, 6th place. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's definitely not Team Spirit. Not at this juncture. DA more concerned up with the northwest side than controlling Virtus Pro at the moment, though, on the south.
DA know that they have a lot of time to work with, considering the position that they find themselves in over towards that northern edge. Chill here for a while. Brute force, though. Just biding their time. Waiting for DA to make a mistake here versus the Falcons. FLUX start to move upwards. Pretty hefty teams here. All in the end game now.
A lot of power in the back pocket. Falcons probably the most ropey at this stage. Obviously being on 2 players, that puts them at an immediate disadvantage. And the fact that they do not have a position in this circle. I feel like they are the next to go. FLUX might have a tough time. They're going to have to pull the trigger on a fight as well on that southwest edge to try and find a spot into this next circle.
Face great nade over the top, over towards Gaith. That will do too much against that. Practically running in, and it was so well placed there. Damar, final remaining, and Brute Force. I don't think they'll be able to find too much value off the back of this. However, nade's just been sent flying all over the top. Damar deciding that now is the time just to throw as many as possible. Get something done. Not a single one hits onto Scarface.
I mean, if nothing else, you stop DA from getting nades for the later game, right? If you know that they're going to take you down. Virtus Pro and FLUX both looking for a little bit of a scrap here, but Yekta at a distance for DA. Remember how strong they are in these positions. Corker, the one to be able to get that spray down. Damar still being a bit bothersome, but nothing that they can't handle. As DA keep their perimeter secure for the time being. Another nade being cooked by Damar. That one's not going to make the mark either, and that's his last. A little bit damage tagged back onto him. And he wants to get closer to Scarface, wants to use that DBS.
Well, the Damar's been able to get around the side here is pretty astonishing. Virtus Pro didn't want to push too far out, but Damar just completely out in the open. Will get shut down. Leaves us with 4 teams remaining. Virtus Pro, Brute Force, DA and FLUX.
Virtus Pro still has 4 players, but look at the angle that Brute Force have on them. The south side of Potato Hill, that steep drop off there, is going to force Virtus Pro to go sideways on one of these pushes. It would be nigh on impossible, I think, to assault straight onto Brute Force for them from this position, and they are losing players to it. Malloy gets knocked. And pressure still kept on, but I think they might be able to res this here. With the smokes blooming, with the tree as cover, and a little bit of terrain to keep them nice and safe for the time being.
Scarface, shots over towards Ketch. Soulless now on the bottom side. DA unwilling to give up this high ground. Brute Force did back it off, so we'll have some great high ground of their own to play around on this side. And with DA losing Coldex, pretty unfortunate situation. But Virtus Pro going to take this opportunity to regroup, reassess. It is a long way up this hill. Unlikely to happen, but Corker flying through right now.
Oh, but Stato steps up, and they already vaulted off the back of the buggy. An easy spray down, and a second to follow it up with the DBS. Virtus Pro go for a desperate play up the hill towards Brute Force. I said it would be pretty much impossible. I didn't think they'd actually go for it. But here we are. 2 of their players fall flat. Up into 4th place for all of these teams, and Solus might outlast them yet.
It just did not make any sense to go for that play whatsoever. Directly up the hilltop. It's a very weird one, to say the least. Did not enjoy it at all.
Malloy trying to shimmy his way out of that one, sheepishly. Yeah, he should be.
I think that as soon as they saw the knock go through over towards DA, more than likely, that's your best shot at that point. Not sending it directly up the hill. Sort of a, I don't know, unwise. All move lobby is anyway. It's so confusing.
Knock sent up towards Brute Force, but that's going to be an easy res for them. DA yet to fully stretch out along this high ground and try and take control of it from Brute Force. You can see they are sort of on a level here. Freezer has an angle, sees Yekta. Doesn't want to take the shots just yet. Waiting for the lineups, waiting for someone to double peek them. Or maybe waiting for them to start rolling over the hill where they can't take shots in response because they know that this blue zone is going to pressure them. Brute Force's forward position just about in this next circle. DA going to slow their rotations by taking out wheels on their vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, for DA, the blue's going to force them out into the open, like you said. But Brute Force understand that their positions, although only a little bit into the circle, those few moments where they're able to take shots over towards DA as they pass over this ridge, they have to be very accurate, but they certainly have a big advantage right now with this. You sort of expect DA to maybe push downhill, try and clear out the remaining teams in the lobby that are undoubtedly down towards this location, because it would be unfortunate for DA to go out of this game with anything less than a second place.
Nine elimination points for Brute Force now. They are leading the lobby, and DA make the break. Dios looks for the spray, but they get up to the wall. They might have cover here. Unless Brute Force roll on in, I think they should get the red, but no. He lines up for Yekta. I'm surprised Yekta didn't get to cover there. And now they have the sideswipe, completely blasting them away there. Brute Force just take DA out like they're nothing.
Yeah, I mean, even if those initial shots from Ado weren't on target, you had Freezer on the lineup along the trenches there. Really smart from them, because I think they completely read the play that was going to be made. Again, I think the smart move from DA is probably to move down the hillside, try and go for the crazy push, clear out these two teams and take the second place.
Malphite wants to try at the first place, though. There are 2 angles for him to deal with, and I think as soon as he crests the ridge, it's going to be dangerous, but the way the terrain falls, it's not certain that they can establish a crossfire here. They're all pretty close to the edge, but I feel like Brute Force still have this advantage. Malloy low. Doesn't seem to have any meds, or he's using them right now. Waiting to crawl on in. The blue zone is going to start to tick him away here, and Ado knows exactly where he's going to be coming from, or maybe not. Oh, he just goes to the blue zone. Okay, there we go. Yeah. And it is going to be Brute Force taking home the chicken dinner here. Virtus Pro gave it a good go, but a second chicken dinner today for Brute Force. And we said we wanted them to come back into this one strong, back to their week 1 form, and that's exactly what they've done today. Great news for this team.
Yeah, pretty much just keep it up type of moment right now. I think they felt very downtrodden yesterday, especially after that performance they were able to get done over on our initial day here in the PMSL EMEA Week 2. So I think for Brute Force, just getting some victory, just some good moments on the board, super valuable to them. Ado taking grenade. What? 1,500 damage?
Oh my god. Where did that come from?
That is unbelievable.
You got 7 limbs, 1,500 damage. That is crazy. That's insane.
He's crushing it. Absolutely crushing it.
Literally, everybody just got crushed. All right. Well, adding 13 limbs to their tally. Brute Force put up 23 points on the match and clear 11 points ahead of Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, a team that is staying pretty consistently towards the top as well. Digital Athletics, 8 points to Team Spirit 6, which means they continue to be the top performing team on average.
Yeah, I think for Team Spirit at the moment, this feels like an off day. Good thing for any Team Spirit fans at home is that an off day still feels fairly decent. But again, that remains to be seen going into day 4 and 5. We still have 2 Miramars to finish things off here. Gladiators with the 6 points, courtesy of Matic.
As we head down to the second page, the Onyx Ravens, 3 points. IWNRX again on 2. Not good enough, needs to do better, as my report cards used to say. 3D Max as well, down a little bit lower than we'd like to see them for their chance to keep up the pace towards that pack, as it will start to accelerate away from you, especially with Virtus Pro still putting up those numbers. The good news is, though, that S2G, NIGMA Galaxy, those teams in that bracket still also not having the best of games there.
Yeah, I think for IWNRX, they're trying to claw their way back out of the rut they got themselves in at the start of this week, but it was going to be always going to be a very tough climb. I think they could be probably happy with a middling result. That is a very high result. I think it's the first time it's broken 3K as well in the EMEA, so very much a brute force to be handled here within the lobby from this team. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, 2 chicken dinners so far today. They got a 4th place as well, finishing out their day yesterday with a chicken dinner in the first Miramar. Brute Force, we said that yesterday was only going to be off that one match. Today, they have absolutely turned that around and proven us wrong so far, and I absolutely love to see it. They are certainly terrifying to behold in this lobby as it stands, but here are the overalls as they stand. Top spot still for NIGMA Galaxy, but look at that. Virtus Pro now above Power, the second team to be able to breach that barrier, and in contest very, very closely with NIGMA Galaxy.
The fact that Brute Force is 4th place on the overalls, and this is what I was saying earlier, it's 2 out of 4. Now they're 3 out of 4. But the games have been so gigantic that, they've ripped themselves out from towards the bottom of the lobby here in week 2. This is a pretty sick comeback from Brute Force.
Absolutely. This is very, very good news. Those huge points that they've been able to accrue so far today, serving them well, given where they started on the day. RCB slipping to the second page now on 82 points. And they will look to reclaim that. Of course, not playing today, so they will just be going down the tables as the day goes on. That is to be expected. It's teams beneath them looking to catch up. So, BEŞİKTAŞ on 75, they look to put 7 more points on the board to reach that RCB barrier. And FLUX, 2 more than that still to go. Our bottom 4 revealed, and it is still IWNRX yet to make their way out of here. And it's not looking good for them.
I mean, it's not been horrendous, right? I mean, 10 matches, 45 points. Again, it's just not what you sort of expect from a team like that. They need to definitely improve things by some amount here in these games. But I think it's just some of those early game engagements, not able to get themselves further towards those end games at the moment. Awkward positions that they're taking. But not for us. And it's not going to be awkward when we say goodbye. But just a couple of seconds, because we'll be back with Miramar coming up real soon.
We're done with Erangel for today. We are going to move, of course, over to Miramar for match number 5. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are going to be journeying to the desert together. That's right. Our teams are going to heat things up over there in Miramar and see who's going to be able to take home these chicken dinners. Today, Brute Force, a big resurgence from their performances earlier this week. They have absolutely been pelting the rest of the lobby with eliminations, with strong places, with strong overlook rotations, and have been able to do incredibly well, getting up to 4th place overall.
Yeah, gigantic performance, honestly. A bit bigger than big. And I think that they'll be very pleased with this one because they were able to unleash that beast that was residing within them all along. You can find out more over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming, our official sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA. Monster Energy. For all your monstrous needs. We know you have.
That's right. You know, like hiding under bridges and
hydration.
Oh, yeah.
That's ridiculous, the fact that you need that. But
what, hydration?
You know what? We can sort you out.
Absolutely. It's like just like Brute Force sorting out the rest of the lobby. Sorting out everybody right now. And if they stay in 4th place towards the end of this tournament, they are going to be one of the 4 teams qualifying directly here from the PMSL EMEA on the road to the Esports World Cup for PMWC later this year on the 19th to the 28th of July. Because the top 4 teams go to the group stages. The 5th place team in the finals, that is, not in the league stage, in the finals, will go to that survival stage in the end. So definitely wanting to try and keep your name up there in the lights of the top 4 for the best possible outcome. Of course, you do want that cool 55k at the top of the tables as well. But going to PMWC, that's a whole reward in and of itself.
Yeah, it's an awesome event. I'm sure you guys are going to absolutely love it as we come through. The 18th to the 28th of July. 19th to the 28th of July.
That's right.
Caught myself there.
Very good.
But yeah, I'm excited for it, as are all the players. Maybe a little bit more nerves on their side, trying to get towards that top 4, top 5. But still, plenty on the line in terms of prize pool. Even here, the PMSL EMEA, a lot of cash up for grabs. And the glory behind it, getting towards those international tournaments are the first step to heading towards PMGC, with not only good point scoring, but also being able to play against some of the best teams in the world, get yourself acquainted with those difficult lobbies because you'll be playing them again at the end of the year.
Heroic, making sure everything is nice and under control. Big thumbs up from them. Haven't had the best of days, or the best of weeks so far, it has to be said. So good to keep some sort of morale up, keep things going. NIGMA Galaxy, keeping nice and high. No me. Ooh, okay. He is locking in for this one. Making sure that they can post some results that they've been sorely lacking so far this morning, or this afternoon, this evening. I think that's right. I think this evening is the right way to go for this one right now, because it's what is that? I guess CEST. God, they're an hour ahead of us, so probably what tomorrow, I think.
Yeah. You started talking about time, and I kind of checked out. I'm not gonna lie.
That's fair, dude. That's understandable. But yeah, we are getting for our 5th match of the day. We've already seen 4 of them go. Slipping away. 2 of them go into the pocket of Brute Force. Will there be a 3rd? Or even a 4th? Only Miramar stands between them and that potential glory, but we have to go over on the plane path first. That 4th place is looking likely to jump up into 3rd as well, because Power Esports are on 98 points in 3rd place, not playing today. Brute Force on that 97 with 2 more matches to play. However, of course, it needs to be caveated that Power are only on 12 matches played, which means that they are still very much in at the top of those tables on their 2 days of games they've had with the INFINIX GT20 Pro this week. Of course, the entire time at the PMSL EMEA, they've been playing on those devices and will continue to do so. They've had some great results with it so far.
Yeah, some awesome results with it at the moment. I think for Brute Force in particular, like you're saying, this is a great chance to jump up again. And with their performance, over in yesterday's games on that final Miramar, they'll take themselves a chicken dinner and a lot of points, which kind of sparked this whole thing. I think it's great getting a chicken dinner at the end of the day, especially when you've been doing poorly, because changes your whole mentality coming into the next day, right? You know, you finish off on a high note and you can carry that high note through to the next day's performances. Corker right now, 34 knockouts. That has been blazingly good. Even Neos with 23.
Virtus Pro, they've been climbing the tables as well today and been doing some significant work, but not some very flashy results for them, but they've been in a couple of scrapes as well that has slowed them down somewhat. Hopefully they can keep things together. The team spirit, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Losing 2 off the rip against the Falcons. The knife fight not playing out well for them. And again, team spirit now curtailed. There's not really a chance that they get too deep into this one. Playing as a duo, you can get decently far on Miramar, but I don't think they're going to be able to maintain ground. I don't think they're going to be able to get elimination points. And I would be surprised if they were able to get anywhere near 5 points this match, let alone more than that.
Yeah, I think for the guys over on Team Spirit, this is a bit of a struggle day for them. They've done okay with it. They've tried to improve their chances. But it's just been some weird decisions at the moment, sadly, John. They can certainly try to improve things for themselves tomorrow, but I don't think today is the day to do it. I mean, losing out to Falcons there off the rip is sort of unfortunate, right?
Yeah, it's not what you want to see. And these hot drops around Miramar, I just really hate to see a team go down like that. I mean, maybe more so because I quite like Team Spirit, and obviously they are one of the major hopes for this region on the global stage as well. So to see them having an off day kind of pains me somewhat, because I know that it can happen to them at that global stage as well. And when the game days aren't quite as long, when there isn't quite as many opportunities to have those off days, in a 3-day tournament, having an off day basically removes you from contention. In 5-day weeks in league play, it's a little bit easier to recover from, but especially even towards our finals, you can't afford that sort of slip-up.
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, though, it's not all doom and gloom for Team Spirit. I think this is the first time in quite a while we've seen them have an off day. And to be quite honest with you, it's not even that bad, Damar, with just the SLR, honestly. That's the main issue. Even getting the knife off onto Damar there, they even almost took out Satan. So that's no guns versus 1 SLR. And they almost won that fight. So, I mean, for Team Spirit, it's not all doom and gloom. I'm sure they can pull things back. Sharpish.
SKS for Ragnarok has the scope on it as well, and Kairos pinned in. I think he has a smoke there, though. It's going to be a saving grace. He needs to get behind the wall, and then he should be home free. Looks like he's made that cross already. Happy to be safe with it. You can see just immediately as soon as he steps out, the pitter-patter of unfriendly bullets landing around in the sand. Still gets through, gets the scar, the DBS. Kairos is looking pretty decent. He's got level 2 armor.
Yeah, he's working with it right now. Let's take a quick stock of the map here, John. Over on this Miramar, we're down towards that southeast side. DA over towards the east. Twisted Minds picking up Moneymaker's position over on that southeast edge with NIGMA Galaxy, just a little bit further towards their northwest side in the foothills around Los Leones. So on that high ground. Gladiators once again have a tough journey down this way. Often getting themselves caught out towards the fields around Hacienda in that late game, which is always very difficult, to be honest with you, though. It's been a weird day, though, John. It has been a weird day. And I think that although Brute Force has had this massive comeback, right, absolutely crazy. I'm probably more patting the back of DA. Because I think they've kept up that similar kind of performance from yesterday. They've looked fairly decent, getting themselves into a lot of end games. I mean, when a team's on fire like Brute Force, who is a streaky team, it's hard to compete with them. But yet, DA has still been there in those top positions multiple times with a chance of getting the chicken dinners. And even pick...
They have been quite effective in their pursuits. Their general style of wanting to keep people at distance has gone very, very well. Only one time have they finished outside the top 4 blank today, and you're right. It's gone quite well for them overall. That 11th place on Sanhok, and I mean, you know, Sanhok, things are kind of like a mystery in terms of comparing them to the rest of the games. It feels like its own lobby almost sometimes on Sanhok. But yeah, today it wasn't quite for them, but they got 2nd, 1st, and 4th in the games that have preceded this one here. So we'll see what they can do to keep up that consistency.
3D Max, less engagements with S2G as of recently, John. Which is good. Getting themselves towards the end game, though, hasn't been too much of a difficulty. It's just kind of closing out on those games. I think they eke their way into those final circles, but never in a good position, which does say something about some of their rotations, John, which maybe need to be improved on slightly. Here's Team Spirit attempting to make their way up. Immediately met by the force of both Footballers KAOS and NIGMA Galaxy. You're on a bit of a wide split right now.
NIGMA Galaxy with the shots over towards Effect, maybe. No, he's just tipping away. Remember, there are only 2 players. Don't really want to take the fight. Even though they are quite split on NIGMA Galaxy, but they don't know that. Foot KAOS maybe with a chance. Victor, shots over towards FLUX in the meantime. Solke, though, finds his teammate, Narvalo. Potentially getting taken down all the way there. Solke on the ramp, hits the deck behind the buggy. Gets a little bit of security. And stays alive for now. And FLUX stay as 4. Good news to start out their central campaign against 3D Max for an important position around La Bendita.
Yeah, I think for La Bendita, it's a great position. Obviously, you don't really want to end up inside La Bendita later on, right? But on the outer edges, it does give you a somewhat of an advantage. It's nice to see. Down towards Impala on that southeast side. On a circle. Pretty, in fact, a very hard shift coming through from them here. On the circle, a lot of teams immediately sending out a Virtus Pro and a couple of players from Falcons as they attempt to leave. I'm surprised Satan has not been popped out the vehicle there. Malloy, a bit of a whiff on the spray.
Not quite in line there, unfortunately, for Malloy. But Falcon's still playing on us too, and in they go. Malloy on foot, Milky Way in the vehicle. They think better of it. They want to try and back up the rest of their team. No, they absolutely don't. They're just going to give those 2 players up. Break out towards Satan, who goes 1-for-1 on the trade, and now S2G, who are spanned out wide on this hillside, going to try and catch them. This is great news for S2G to try and push in from this western edge.
Yeah, Falcons, though, they're coming up against pretty stiff competition on the way in. I mean, Gay for now, last member alive. So many fights popping off just because this was such a hard shift. People are just desperately gunning out the positions in the circle. Heroic attempting to hold on.
Ooh.
Zachariah just cannot get the gun out his pocket.
Not quite in time. 2 players for FLUX, though, against Ragnarok from Heroic, and nade in, crossing them over the top. Going Ghostbusters on him with the nades. Ragnarok up on the high ground now as FLUX looks to bring Lux back up to life. Ragnarok wants to break out wide, slow things down, but Lux is back, and a jump shot through the window for catch to find the final player of Heroic. Seal the deal on their 1-point match and put FLUX up to 4 on their elimination count so far. Their position in the circle looking pretty good right now. Fairly central to the west of Impala.
Yeah, a lot of the fighting starts to die down now. As soon as you see most teams make their way in towards these positions, but finally getting in, people getting settled. A couple of disputes over compounds here, John. But were quickly resolved. With violence, of course.
The best way to resolve any dispute. Physical violence. Use your hands.
The moment. A couple of squatters still in play. A couple of the teams on the outer edges would like to grab those rights for themselves. Very kind circle. Not too much to say about this one. Centers up nice and easily for most teams to deal with. Beşiktaş, DA, once again, both these Turkish teams hitting some good rotations on these circles, which is nice to see.
Onyx Ravens playing on the north edge near the Gladiators. They might spot one, but not going to be able to find the shots onto Meku to connect. Matic as well, bringing out the backlines. It's been interesting to watch the Gladiators today. I feel like we haven't really had what we saw from them yesterday in their games from them so far today. Their results not being quite as strong. Not to say that they haven't been sort of keeping up the pace, but they are down in 10th place, and they do have, I think this will be their 14th match played, I believe. Maybe their 15th match played, something like that. A little bit less performant than they were yesterday, I would say. And I have to call into question the reintroduction of Meku because of that. It seems like potentially it's changed up their vibe a little bit and brought them back to their old foibles.
Hey, man. Don't diss Meku like that.
I'm doing it. I'm dissing.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult one to really maintain for the Gladiators. I think that their performance yesterday was... Honestly, if you look at this tournament as a whole, their performance yesterday was an anomaly. Like, let's not sugarcoat it. So I think today is more of the norm for Gladiators than we have seen so far.
Falconist. We saw what he could do against S2G the other match. Able to take down 2 of them with nothing but his wits and a cutting word. But it looks like it's going to be effect from Team Spirit to be able to pick up a knock, and I think maybe even a flush there as well. As S2G trying to move past them, but Effect is holding strong for now. The last player to stand for Team Spirit, so he goes down and they're out. Onyx Ravens careening up the ridgeline towards the Gladiators, who managed to get into the south edge of Impala first, and they are met with fierce resistance. However, 3 of them do manage to slip through the cracks now and potentially take control of these staircases underneath the Gladiators.
See, drops out. Team Spirit's actually still in the game. Effect. I think he's the only one still rolling for him. Yes, he is. Looking to deal with both the players from S2G. Sadly, we'll find Tixie. A bit careless right now from Gladiators taking this engagement. I think they're just upset that Onyx Ravens were able to find their way in so easily, but that doesn't mean that you have to give up position off the back of this. And Tixie going down to what I would call a pretty brazen push up towards the outside of this building.
This invasion from Onyx Ravens really harkens back to that Sanhok match where they just got shunted out. The Gladiators not really able to hold anything against a team pushing towards them. It seems like the same may be happening here. They've been a bit more successful, but the story repeats, and fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on the Gladiators. They've not had the best of times holding this one out, although Lathan's down.
You guys are the worst.
Meku,
you did this.
Playing close. Honestly, it's Ralph's fault. Saleh, behind the wall, wants to find Meku. The spray is there. He has the backup. There's the nade in response, but moving forwards, Meku is down. AZ needs to take up the mantle. Gets the flush onto Saleh. Vigor's not able to get a refrag.
Nice finish there from Matic over towards Saleh. Team Spirit does finally go down. I don't know if they actually... I don't know if Effect was able to take down S2G. I mean, they are out now. And they have 3 eliminations on Team Spirit. This is the thing. I don't think we've seen any 0-point games from Team Spirit today. Similarly, the same could be said for S2G and 3D Max. So that could be coming to a close very soon. Never mind. There you go. 1 elimination from 3D Max. Thank you, guys.
There you go.
Proving my point.
Sorted it out. Vigor's indecisive right now on that nade. He's only got the one, so he does need to be careful with it. Closer to the middle of the circle. I'd like to see NIGMA Galaxy get a good game here. It's just about time today. They really have not been opening much of a gap between them and Power, but they'll be able to address as soon as Power are back in the lobby.
Yeah, I think it's almost kind of hurtful towards Power not being in today. You know, to suss out what some of these teams have been able to throw out. Because the playing field will be changed so much when they jump back in. Here we go. Production has been on it recently.
Okay.
There's the fight that we missed earlier.
Ooh.
Really nicely done from Effect. The 1v2 versus S2G, not an easy fight. But they have been losing a lot of the easy fights. So I'm not sure what's going on in the Team Spirit camp recently. Again, sometimes you just have one off day and that's fine. Not everyone can be on top of the world all the time. Neither can IWNRX similarly. So they're kind of underneath the world at this point. Trying to drag themselves out from underneath the ground.
Next circle coming in soon. The Twisted Minds position there, I mean, it looks quite secure, right, on the eastern side, but those cliff faces that sit around those warehouses, that area, really, really difficult. You either go along the road here, which is your prime targets for everybody from Impala, for IW Next Ruya, and or you go down south and try and move up past where Footballers KAOS currently sit. And either way, really, really difficult position. You're kind of locking yourself into a scrap there. Vigors,
yeah,
he's still going.
Yeah, for Twisted Minds, they're tucking in. And I think that's fine. It's pretty much what that position is good for. Circle heads down to a hard southeast shift. You know, they have a good chance on the game. And if you're not able to find a good position early on, this is where you want to play. NIGMA Galaxy, though, played that sort of position down towards the south quite a few times. Has some great high ground coverage. They will have to think about dealing with Footballers KAOS in the future. Footballers KAOS can also send down towards that compound that currently Twisted Minds is in the warehouses, and take that as an isolated fight. You take your chances in that position as opposed to trying to push over empty ground towards NIGMA Galaxy. But it's brute force. Ooh. Again, with 4 players in the game. Chudo in the front there. In the front liner for brute force.
Neos launching some smoke cover. Digital Athletics down a player. But the inside track on the circle. Nade over the top takes a little bit of a chunk out of Chudo there. Solke down on the off angle. Brute Force handling 2 fights right now. The rollout from FLUX. DA are going to want to take a look at this as well, surely, as they just go up in smoke almost immediately. So that's handled. That's done and dusted. But Neos is down in the meantime. Shots come through from BEŞİKTAŞ over towards the DA position and make it a little bit harder for them to hold as strongly as perhaps they like. Brute Force have to stall just a little bit to get that res, to get back to 4 players.
I mean, DA is weak, and there is 100% a possibility to get all the players back up again for Brute Force. I mean, we joked about the 3rd chicken dinner, but there is a potential for Brute Force on this game. And they're not done just yet. Neos, though, taking a hefty amount of damage there, getting chunked on the sidelines by NIGMA Galaxy, who are starting to get themselves into this fight, potentially inheriting the ground that Brute Force is currently fighting over.
Wide swing out. Just rotating around. Getting ready for the rollout. Where do they go, though? Trying to split the difference. DA, they don't have cover on this side. They have cover off from NIGMA Galaxy on this crash. And Neos goes down to a nade first. 3 players on the inside for DA, but the breach has been made. The player on the back line's not looking super healthy right now for Brute Force. 2 of their players down, both Prepod and Neos. Leaving just Tudo and Freezer in the fight. Keeping that door tucked away. Freezer goes down, leaving just Tudo now. Neos not going to be rezzed here. The P90 in hand for Scarface. He's rattling the shots through the door, but Scarface just picks up the point, turns around, and still going for the team. BEŞİKTAŞ maybe looking for a third party here, taking shots over towards Coldex from DA. The player on the outside goes down to Tudo yet again. Nico laid low, and at that point, going to be tucked into the pocket. Brute Force put up another limb.
Yeah, carrying on at the moment. Tudo, last player alive. Looks for Scarface. Good nade around the corner, and it's perfect. Scarface is out of there.
Wow,
really
wow,
nice
wow.
call on the nade as well. Double threes, P90. Tudo is kitted out.
Less and less of a chance of getting that chicken dinner, but Brute Force still in it for now. BEŞİKTAŞ, though, have third-party angles. Ralph spots the player from Twisted Minds. 2 of his teammates are down, though. And make that 3, because he's down as well. Spotted by IWNRX now, playing in that middle area. IWNRX, 3 players alive. I wanted NIGMA Galaxy to have a good game here. It looks like I'm going to be denied that opportunity, but maybe IWNRX will be able to take that up from 17th place and start to ramp up towards the last 2 matches of today. They haven't got any elims for their troubles right now, though. They'll have to go a little bit further than this.
I mean, this is sort of NIGMA Galaxy's fault on this circle. They were holding out Football is Chaos, and then they heard the fighting over towards the western side, but you have such a clean sweep over towards the high ground on this eastern edge. I don't think it was even worth peeking your head in over towards that engagement on the western side. And it actually allows Football is Chaos to move up ahead of them, as well as gives that opportunity for Twisted Minds to climb that mountain with little to no pressure behind it. I think NIGMA Galaxy takes their attention away from where attention was needed most in this game.
Spray down, but you don't want to loofah. Sorry, Tudo lining up the shots and taking out the backstop for NIGMA Galaxy. The blue zone pushing him in, but he's on the slow side. Lord and Coops want to move up into position, but he's got the flush already, taking loofah out of the mix. Lord and Coops don't have too much more to worry about, but BEŞİKTAŞ on this other side of the hill might spot Tudo. If he's not careful, and I feel like you can't be careful in this position, though. Jafar spots it as he tries to crest the ridgeline. That's going to push him back and means that NIGMA Galaxy unlikely to be able to go for this fight. They're going to have to crawl through this valley themselves, and Twisted Minds might be the team to spot them.
Twisted Minds, from the position down on the southeast, really shouldn't have had a hope in hell getting through this game, but so many opportunities and so many angles were just opened up to them to allow them to push out from that position. It was sort of silly in that spot from the team surrounding that area. Matic still alive with some of his teammates, spotting over towards BEŞİKTAŞ's compound on this northwest, looking to hit the grenades out as they know they have to move eventually. Clearly out into line of sight here, John.
Circle centers up. Gives 3D Max this opportunity. It feels like this game might be a little bit of revenge for the teams at the top, but there's still plenty of pretenders to the throne waiting to usurp should the opportunity arise. BEŞİKTAŞ keeping it consistent, though. 75 points, with 5 points including this match as well, extra. Up to that 80 mark. Wanting to keep lockstep with the teams a little bit further ahead of them. DA, Team Spirit. If they can get up in and amongst those teams, they'll be up there with the best, so would be a good result for them. IWNX Ruya flexing out, leaving Kine and Swain out to this eastern side to curtail Twisted Mind's ideas of moving around this headland.
IWNRX looking to get one of the best games they might have their hands on quite some time. 0 eliminations, so a lot of this counts towards our final 2 stages. And not much occurring at the moment, John. Not sure on that run out.
Dammy spots Coops. Goes down, gets flush. Brute Force eliminated. 7 points, though, on the elims. And Brute Force with another strong showing in this match. Their campaign towards those top spots are going well right now. They are closing that gap time and time again. IWNRX, though, they've spotted Twisted Minds. Jafar, not going to be deterred. Pushes up to the shack. Swain with the angle. Kine as well, just dipping back, taking a lot of damage. In the meantime, Gladiator is trying to make something happen as BEŞİKTAŞ slowing them down, something awful. IWNRX have allowed Twisted Minds to get a little bit closer than they were before. The nade over the top, not really finding too much. Just exchanging back and forth, dropping smokes on the ridgeline. Swain trying to keep them out, keep their backs to the blue, because they know they've got the inside track. Dammy does not want to be there too much longer. He's going to mount up, going to roll on in, try and take control of the high ground, and the rest of the team's going to follow. Swain has to hold. His teammates left him. He needs to hold around the edge of the smoke, have some backup on the crossfire. The rest of the team needs to be there and have his back. Swain close, though, will go down as Dammy sneaks a shot underneath that smoke, and now the backlines are up on the menu. Teams, Twisted Minds, looking to push on through.
Yeah, it just seems absolutely incredible that Twisted Minds have been able to do this in this game. And a lot of teams have allowed it to happen. Kine, popping the wheels on the UAZ, give himself a little bit more cover. Has to be a little bit careful. We'll have to explode this vehicle. Ensure that it doesn't blow up in his face whilst he's using it for cover. Jafar, nice little angle here. A couple of Molotovs. Not far enough, though.
IWNRX faltering here in their hold against Twisted Minds. 3D Max in the meantime still has 3 on the north side of this. Dammy wanting to hop in the vehicle and rotate around, get a different angle against Kine, being suppressed from the high ground, and that's Yusuf. The backlines drawing out the shots with the vehicle. And now Zed Wolf has the chance to go for it. Lord, in the meantime, is stuck in behind and could potentially also have an impact here. 3D Max could turn their attention off to dispatching BEŞİKTAŞ over on the north side. Zed Wolf down, and Dammy presses on forwards for Twisted Minds. 7 eliminations they're up to. 3D Max moving down now south as Lord continues to go for NIGMA Galaxy.
The ghillie suit. This might be the type of play that goes very much unnoticed. No backpack, incredibly hidden, but he'll have to pick his moment very wisely here. 3D Max looking for a chicken dinner on the game. Has eluded them for quite a while now. Versus Twisted Minds, you know, they've had a great game this time around, but by any metric, it really should be 3D Max taking this game.
Wonder how much utility left in the back pockets for both of these two teams. Only 1 nade for Dammy, 2 smokes for Victor. So not heavily stocked on either front. Not just yet. Lord. Solo player. And as you said before, might be unnoticed here. We'll wait. We'll try and bide his time. Both teams may think that it's a 4-player team that they're facing up against because Lord is still alive. Either that or they are going to be checking for solos, but it feels like neither team wants to go forwards because they know it could be a 4-player team that they're coming up against now.
Galaxy. Lord. Forward.
Oh, no.
That is a wild timing. Just looking for the elimination, possibly.
We'll be able to do it.
His direction. No medkit either.
But they can't move around. They can't move into an angle to take Lord down. Not just yet, anyway. He's going to go and fall away. I think that might have been to the blue zone, but Robs rolls across a bold play. They know they're down a player, and Victor pushes in to their side swipe. Yusuf trying to hold off the angle. Robs not going down there is absolutely brutal for them. Twisted Minds completely penned in, and now it's definitely a game of whack-a-mole for Twisted Minds trying to keep 3D Max at bay. Robs over the top with the SK-12. One, and the second it's Dammy, but there's an answer. Gets the flush onto Robs. Victor moves forwards. Dangerous, but he steps closer and closer. Dammy takes him lower and lower. Gets the knock. 1v1. Stoics for the trade. Is he going low?
No.
He's going all the way.
No.
Twisted Minds take 3D Max all the way home. How on earth do you let that get away from you? Robs goes down first, and I thought, okay, he's got a 1-for-1. It's gonna be fine. But what a way to finish it out. Dammy in a 1v3.
I don't know, man. It feels like 3D Max 1v1 themselves. 3D Max both lost and won.
Oh dear.
Oh god. I mean, kind of Rob's his fault, kind of not his fault. I don't want to be the guy to keep having excuses for Robs, but he sends in right, and he crushes them up against the car wall, and then for some not idiotic, but for some reason which doesn't make sense, Victor decides he's gonna fly in and unload his entire clip. And I feel bad for Snorix because he's left high and dry there. Realistically, what Robs had done was good, because now Dammy's only option is to wait for this blue to crush him up against the vehicle. And it was totally unnecessary for 3D Max to have to push in hot on top of that. So, yeah, critical mistake from Victor there. Really, really critical. Looked like he just wanted to finish off the game, honestly. But you've got a 2v1, and he's penned in against the wall. I feel like I'm explaining something very simple that you guys at home totally understand and don't need me to explain. All you need to know was that was a horrid play, and Twisted Minds gets a chicken dinner off the back of a lot of other teams making some very horrid plays.
That is wild that Dammy was able to win that out. You're right. They just gave him 3 1v1s, right? It was exactly the opposite of how everybody would advise you to play when you have that sort of an advantage. And that is, yeah, that's brutal. 3D Max threw that away. Right in the closing moments there. Couple of unfortunate entries towards the bottom of the tables here as well. Virtus Pro, Team Spirit. I mean, everybody on this final page, except for Heroic and maybe Foot Chaos, you kind of don't super expect to see here all the time. So an unfortunate turn for them, but you know, these things happen. It's that final moments of that game that I think we're just going to be replaying in our minds for quite a while now.
Yeah, it was very bad. It was very, very bad. And let that be a lesson to 3D Max. They just cannot close games.
Yeah.
As simple as that. They just cannot close games. And I think that they need to figure that out, honestly. And Victor needs a stern talking too.
Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker, right? If they'd have won that game, it would have been an 8-point swing to them, which would put them at 110 points in second place instead of in fourth place right now.
Yeah. It's really bad. The fact that 3D Max can't close out games yet is in fourth place says a lot. They're one of the few teams here, one of the 2 teams here on the front page that doesn't have a chicken dinner. The other is S2G in 7th place. Same amount of games played, but 3D Max is in 4th. But yeah, that was definitely a panic situation. Again, it's tough to say, but I really do believe that Rob's made the right play there.
Yeah.
By sacrificing his life to put Dammy. He takes down one, potentially he gets Dammy, but then either way, it puts Dammy in a really awkward situation where then we just see Victor coming out of nowhere, Rambo, both guns are firing. What a confusing experience that was.
It was quite bamboozling, quite bewildering. But these are where the tables sit right now. And Brute Force is up in second place right now with 17 matches played and 105 points. Is quite a far way behind Power Esports' average per match, I believe, right now. Only 6 points ahead, but with that extra 5 matches under the belt, it's going to be hard to keep up with that average now. NIGMA Galaxy getting a little bit closer, though, in first place with 116.
Yeah, 116, looking good. I mean, NIGMA Galaxy is a similar situation to 3D Max. It's just some simple mistakes Like, a lot of their other gameplay is really good, but some simple mistakes that occur at really critical times. Like, for instance, there where they hold some of the really strong high ground, which technically, John, Twisted Minds used or could have used to win that game confidently. Should have been NIGMA Galaxies if they just held that ground in that position. It just wasn't worth it trying to go for that third party over towards the western side. It was way too hungry.
It's just an unfortunate set of rotations from a few teams. They're obviously Team Spirit very early on, losing 2 of their players to an SLR and a knife fight. Yeah, I think it's kind of crazy what's just happened on that Miramar. I think we're slightly stunned, slightly bewildered, and ready for a little bit of a break so we can reset before this final Miramar. Let's go for it. We'll take a break. We'll see you guys back here for hopefully some slightly improved plays from some of these teams. Maybe some repeat plays from some of the teams that played better as well. Well, who knows?
Maybe.
We'll see in a minute.
الأمانة لو في تصنيف يعني غير غير توب جنز صراحة يعني حطينا بس
صدق يعني
للأسف
بحطه فوق مرة.
خليني ابدا
يلا صاطي.
السلام عليكم شباب. نيفر الون مون من فريق تويستد مايند.
السلام عليكم، معكم ايزي لاعب باور اي سبورت.
السلام عليكم، معكم كان تيم باور سبورت. مرحبا، انا بيجولز من تيم اونكس. صالح من فريق اونكس.
واليوم راح نسوي الباور رانكينج، راح نصنف
الاتيام.
PMSL هيرويك
برضو
لا انا اشوف انه هنا
والله تيم جديد صح عليك.
فممكن احط طبعا نيو تشالنجرز اللي هم
يعني فريق جديد او او منافس جديد.
نيجما. اسمع القط واحد من اللي فوق، كلنا واحد. ايوه حط هذا
النجمة يعني اسم كبير بس
واسم كبير.
بس صراحة يعني مستواهم يعني ينزل
عن فترة صح
سنة ورا سنة. طيب راح نختار أجل على كلامك رايزنج ستار،
توب جانز، السوجي، تويستد، توب جانز بالغور.
الأفضل
الأمانة لو في تصنيف يعني غير
فوق
غير توب جانز صراحة يعني حطينا بس
صدق يعني
للأسف
بحطه فوق مرة.
صار الاسود في البطوله. اصبر خليني ابدا.
يلا صاطي.
لعبنا ضده كثير باور صراحة،
وفريق القديم كمان، وفريق جدا كويس.
رايزنج ستار صراحة.
حتى انا معك النقطة.
رايزنج ستار
والله احس ان طالقن صار اسود. معك ذي والله ممكن.
نعرفهم كثير. كان بطل الإيميا السنة اللي فاتت أول نسخة. دارك هورس الصراحة.
بروت فورس من اكثر الاتيام اللي صراحه احب لعبهم، لانه يلعبون ايدج بطريقه خياليه الصراحه. ودي احطهم صراحه رايزنج
ستار. اتفق معك صراحه. كل سنه يعني يصير اقوى.
صح، بيتطورون اكثر حتى مع دخول الرابع اللاعب الرابع.
اونكس اشوف انه تحدي جديد، نيو تشالنجرز. حطها.
لا اشوف انه ان شاء الله صار اسود.
صار اسود سويها
ان شاء الله. سبيريت، اعرف اسم لك في اللوجو. تيم اسطوري والله تيم اسطوري والله. توب جانز
روستر قوي، روستر خبره واسامي كبيره مره، ونتوقعهم من المرشحين صراحه. خلصنا الترتيب الباور رانكينج مثل ما تشوفون. يعني هذا اللي عندنا صراحه. يعطيكم العافيه.
يعطيكم العافيه على متابعتنا.
هذه توقعاتنا وان شاء الله نتوفق فيها يعني.
شكرا لكم،
يعطيكم العافيه.
I would like to face off in a 4v4 situation for the chicken dinner, the team footballists, because right now they are not performing well.
The region that I think will climb the victory is the Arabic region, because we're playing in it.
We can't do stupid things anymore. We can't throw. We always start good, by the way. He's a new player.
We start good and then
we start good in the tournament and then we throw at the end somehow. I don't know, bro. But before this guy, I swear, before this guy came, bro, like we always have bad start and then we make the comeback at the end. It was the best.
Now it's the opposite.
When this guy came, it became the opposite, bro. So I'm thinking like, maybe we need to change it.
We should forget searching for Russian teams. Maybe go more on Turkish teams like S2G, Twist.
Maybe because
Arabic teams
are the weakest. Russian teams are very strong, like Team Spirit.
If we talking about 4v4 in where only gun skill matter, we're gonna go for EMEA team for sure.
EMEA are more like playing for placement points, and for us they are more weaker in terms of gun skills probably.
I think Europe has the best teams, to be honest. Like overall.
Yeah, but I think because
I think Turkey is the most.
There is more Turkish teams.
Turkish?
Yeah,
I don't.
there are
think
like
so.
5 teams.
Europe have solid. All of their teams are good, you know. But Turkey, like digital athletics, they're not so good, to be honest.
Yeah, football is also
and
Middle
others,
East is also not good.
Footballist.
Middle East and Africa also not so good.
I think they're the worst in this tournament.
Yeah, I think so too. Except us, though.
Yeah.
هذا برستيج بإصابة أولى برستيج يصيب اللاعب رؤوف وكوب.
I think there is a competition for us, of course, but I feel like our team is really ready for this tournament, and it's not going to be a hard competition for us.
So why we will win the PMSL 2024? Because we have good gun skill, a lot of communication and synergy.
I want to face NIGMA Galaxy in 4v4 because they are too easy. I think Rauf will choke under the pressure and make his team die early. I think the king of excuses will be money makers because of Bishki. He likes to make a lot of excuses of why he loses, and yeah, I think money makers.
I would like to face off in a 4v4 situation for the chicken dinner, the team footballists, because right now they are not performing well.
The region that I think will climb the victory is the Arabic region because we're playing in it. With all due respect to everyone, everyone.
Some less than happy feet to close out that last game, unfortunately for 3D Max, but fortunately for Dammy, who was able to put the hurt on 3 players on his own from 3D Max. My name is John, and with me is Blank. We've got one more Miramar up for you today. If you've missed all the other matches, don't worry. We'll be sure to keep the context up and to date for you. Oh, that's a bit rude, isn't it? Putting them on camera just after that. That showing was atrocious from 3D Max right at the end. They still got some decent points, but could have had about 8 points more just from that one misplay.
Yeah, it was a sad game. Yeah, the shaking the head there. I don't think Robs is too happy at all. Twisted Minds though looking very chilled out. Super easy game for them.
Oh yeah, easy for Dammy.
Easy for Dammy. I mean, it was made easy for Dammy.
That's true. In certain situations, certain ways, absolutely. Was definitely perhaps more simple to piece together than it should have been. When you're presented with 3 1v1s and you win them out, that's still pretty good, but you shouldn't be given 3 1v1s to start with. Either way. Team Spirit.
No.
They kind of similarly today just haven't been as powerful as we've seen them before. However, DA, they've kept up numbers, they've kept up pace, and they're keeping it going, which is really good to see. Getting late into a lot of these games now, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see them on the podium when it comes down to it at the end of today, going into day number 4. Tomorrow, I believe it will be Group E sitting out, which will be Brute Force, Virtus Pro, Foot Chaos, and Team Falcons. As far as I believe, they will be the teams sitting out. That will be Group E, which means that obviously Brute Force having a great day today might be cut short with tomorrow's day off, or they might be able to absorb everything that they've learnt and I don't want to say regurgitate it on that final day. I don't feel like that's quite the right way to go about it, but to bring it back for that final day, for that final showing, and maybe grab a whole bunch more points with the INFINIX GT20 Pro, the official smartphone of the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA that they have been playing on and will continue to be playing on for the rest of the tournament. It's serving our players well, and it would serve you well too, I'm sure. So make sure you check them out.
Team Spirit, I mean, we say they haven't had a great day today, but it's not been horrible, right? I mean, I'm sure they'd love to do better here. But yeah, I think it will be an interesting change tomorrow, especially with Falcons out of the lobby. Because although they're not doing incredibly well in the tournament, I think they're probably one of the most unpredictable teams that we have here. And they're cutting off strong teams all over the place in terms of just causing problems, which is reasonable, right? And I think some of these teams are just not able to quite comprehend some of the plays that they're making.
Yeah, it can be quite bizarre sometimes to just see a team that you just didn't expect to be flying out at you like that, especially on those hot drops. If they get an SLR and you don't, it's not going to be pretty. Either way, we are going to have one more Miramar now to close out the day, to round things out. A little end cap to proceedings. And I feel like it's been such an interesting set of days so far in week 2 here at the PMSL EMEA. Teams are changing, teams are evolving, developing, in some cases devolving. And hopefully they'll be able to stand out as time goes on. We are into our final match today. The third day of week 2. Tierra Bronca over to El Pozo.
Nice northern plane path here. Create some interesting scenarios. See El Pozo currently open. See a couple of teams heading over there. I imagine we'll probably see Virtus Pro on that side of things. 3D Max reeling from that last performance. Hopefully it won't cause them too many problems going in this game and they can sort of reset things, but it would be quite hard, I imagine. I know that I'd be pretty upset with that last game.
Yeah, it would be a hard pill to swallow, but these guys are seasoned pros, right? This roster has got that power to hopefully pull themselves back together. You would definitely hope, right? To be able to have that camaraderie that they've developed over quite a while now as a team on under various different banners. SBG, I think Game Lord back in the day had a pretty similar lineup. Looking pretty familiar. Getting ready to do the French proud, hopefully.
Yeah, get them back on the bike, quite literally. So we saw Robs riding it through over an Erangel. Circle over towards this western side. Falcons down towards the south there. 3D Max very close to S2G, but haven't really been taking this fight too often with them. Which has been giving them a little bit more agency in these games. They aren't getting caught up too early.
Team Spirit has all 4 players alive for now. Is it going to stay that way? Maybe. They're just about to touch down. Now's when fighting can start to pop off. I think it looks like they've extricated themselves from one another over on Falcons and Team Spirit. And now on the south side of this next circle, they've got a pretty decent shot at getting up to the hills to the east of Monte Nuevo, which will be a valuable position for them to be getting on with. El Pozo being shared right now by Brute Force and NIGMA Galaxy, with Virtus Pro leaving Corker out that direction as well, on a split from Monte Nuevo where the rest of Virtus Pro have dropped. So potential for a third party if stuff starts to pop off here in El Pozo.
It's an interesting fight to start things off with Brute Force and NIGMA Galaxy. If it does pop off, imagine both these teams happy to share either side, though. El Pozo is a pretty big place. It's not the wild, wild west out here just yet. Heroics on our screen right now. Last place at the moment within the PMSL EMEA, at least within the lobby currently. 18th.
Yeah, they are. I felt like I was starting to really like this team. I think they closed out last week, and I was feeling pretty good about their chances, putting them in sort of a similar category to Onyx Ravens in terms of that sort of up-and-coming potential wildcard, underdog, dark horse, maybe, category. But they've just underimpressed this week so far for Heroica, and it's disappointing. But not everyone can win. Not everyone can win. Fortunately, they are still outperforming both Moneymakers this week, which is a big surprise, and Na'Vi, who have both played 12 matches and are not in today's games, with Moneymakers on 36 points and Na'Vi on 29 points, which is really quite bad. Like, not good.
Yeah, it's very interesting, I think is the way I'd put it, in terms of how that's working out. Regardless, we do have some good teams in the lobby. I mean, S2G 91 points right now. Haven't had amazing big matches today just yet, but still steadily putting up points on the board, which is what you desperately need. And I think that's what we've seen a lot from some of our big squads today, which is just 5 or 6 points per game, keeping up those point margins. You don't want to fall too far behind. Remember, the bonus points going into the finals are actually a pretty big deal. You know, having those additional points going to the finals can have a major impact into your performance there. So even if you get, let's say, 4th place every week, you're still going to go into those finals with more points than a team that came first in their first week and then 10th over week 2 and 3. So it is very important just to think about these stages throughout the league. Just get those points on board every game and try and put up a decent performance every single stage, because everyone can have a difficult week, right?
Yeah, that marathon, not a sprint idea. Important in league stages. Obviously, going over to those finals, you do want to have that sprint in your back pocket. And it's going to be an interesting dynamic shift to see these teams playing in the same lobby with all 16 teams the same for 3 days straight when we get over to it. But you have to get there first. And that's where that marathon ability comes on in. And comes through pretty strong, right? Because it's teams, like you said, like Brute Force, who have been pretty off the chain today. But you're more impressed by Digital Athletics and their ability to get that consistency down. Their marathon game is strong. But Brute Force's sprint is stronger. So if they both meet in the finals, I'm back in Brute Force.
Yeah, I mean, equally... Well, this is the thing, right? Equally, though, Brute Force could go back to being terrible tomorrow.
That's true.
And I think that's something that has to be considered even for Brute Force's finals, where if they have just one great day, that's not enough.
You need more than that. You need more than one good day. Just like it takes more than one bad day to put a team down, like Team Spirit.
Yeah. Because Brute Force's bad days have been bad.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of some of their less than illustrious results, shall we say. Their first day this week, for instance, really quite shocking when you consider what they've just been able to do today. That turnaround, great to see. Nobody going down just yet. A lot of teams congregating now towards the east side of El Pozo, between El Pozo and San Martin, around that power grid area that sits in the middle of those 3 settlements there. A lot of capacity for teams. I think his buggy's getting away from him. Tixie, careful. Oh. Puts the handbrake on. Don't want that one sliding downhill. I think it was still going. If he loses this buggy over the edge, that would be hilarious.
It's remaining still.
Okay.
For now.
Ooh. For
Just for now. Let's see if it gets away with him later on. Unleashed like the beast.
Ooh.
From Monster Energy.
Foot Chaos.
Waiting for this.
Ooh, Storm potentially taking a bit of damage there from IWNRX, or one of the other 2 teams sat right next door to him. And they'll need to figure out a way through. Next circle just about to come on in now. You can see the northeast side of Montenuevo packed out, but it's the south side of Montenuevo that gets the shift. Team Spirit, how fast can they get into strong position here? The hills to the northwest of Chumacera, really important now. Virtus Pro have got their outpost in Malloy with Falcon. Is that Falcons? I think it is. Yeah, Falcons as well. Very close by. Nomi not overextending, drawing a little bit short, but holding a compound on the high ground. Team Spirit in with a really good position. Can they hold it off now?
Yeah, I think this is the best opportunity we've seen today for Team Spirit. And it's also a test for them, right? Because I think we have touted them. I'm pretty sure people over in the chat. Hello, people over in the chat. Thank you for watching. And getting to the end of the day as well. Goodness.
Ooh, good job.
You guys certainly have done the marathon. If you've been here since game 1. But yeah, for Team Spirit, this is really will be a test for them. Whether they can actually put up the numbers, right?
Yeah.
I think it's fine having a bad day. But if you are thrown a circle like this, which is like a hula hoop, swings around your waist, I think you have to have a good, strong game off the back of this one.
It's all in the hips, and Scarface right now, he's popping. He is showing them the moves like Shakira right now. That's heroic. Eats some mini 14 shots across the way, and Volt. There's no way you get away from that one. Coldex is still the point. Oh, no, wait, no. It was the plink from Scarface. I was baited by another heroic player going down as well.
DA? Not baiting anyone right now. Not many players or teams around them. All the way out over in the southeast edge. We'll have to try to play in late here.
Uh-oh.
Falcons, once again, finding Nomi. You gotta hope they don't get the flush on that.
I think Nomi, yeah, he is the outpost towards the Falcons' position right now. They're on a position that is fairly defensible, so unless Falcons are crashing right now, I do think that they're going to be able to get this res. It hasn't been flushed out just yet. Now, you've got to imagine that they really want to get this one done, so they'll invest quite a lot in making it happen. IW next Ruya, I think, sending in pretty wildly. Virtus Pro also similarly getting blasted away by Brute Force, picking up 2 points there for their trouble. And on the north side, things are getting dangerous for the teams. Gladiators for IW next Ruya, for Onyx Ravens, for 3D Max as well. Neos. No, sorry, Freezer, spotted by BEŞİKTAŞ as they move around on this west flank.
Yeah, Kakali getting up towards Freezer. Should be able to take him down. In the meantime, IWNRX is having an engagement with Gladiators over on that north side. They took a knock, but it seems to be going their way at the moment. Circle will center up, and Team Spirit do have that strong position still, but it's Brute Force, Virtus Pro, NIGMA Galaxy, and S2G. All really strong teams surround this location now.
Spray from Meku over towards IWNRX. Tixie lands the nade to get the knock, and Swain also getting drawn short. Tixie completely ready for that one. Zedwolf had no way he was getting out of there. Do 3D Max have angles on this? Are they holding that ridge line? Are they going to be able to take shots? Looks like Frozen wants to take the challenge up the hill. Tixie sending him their way, and in he goes. Goes for the hot drop and straight on through, but it's not going to work out. The vehicle goes up in smoke, and with it, IWNRX's day. To follow on what has been a singularly poor performance from them compared to their first week's games. These guys were top dogs, right? In that first week, they were doing really, really, really well, coming out with 210 points in first place for week 1. And this is just not what you expect. Gladiators, again, going down in 15th place. 3 limbs, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, plinked away there by Navallo. Should be able to get a nice little supply of equipment, especially in stage 3. Just about doable to get back into the circle fairly quickly. And most teams sending down towards the south side. Last game of the day, so potentially more mistakes might be made. It has been a long day for these teams. You got to keep your wits about you, no matter what.
Definitely something to think about, to stay on the mind Foot Chaos. Moving in from the northeastern side. Onyx Ravens not going to have an angle on them. Or if they do, they're not taking shots. Doka Machine. Back under control. It's all fine. He's just scouting out the area and doing so quite nicely. Malloy for Virtus Pro, the last to stand. Evades the nade for the first as the push through from Heroic comes by. This is all in the shadow of Team Spirit. A little bit up on that high ground. And Brute Force as well. You can see just to that west edge, the position that they hold. This fight will not go unnoticed by both of those two teams.
No, I mean, you can claim more space around this area of the map. It's really important to you, considering there is very little compound play to be had around this circle. Any third parties you can get in to then expand your area of play, super important on this circle. Next one will pop, already in stage 4.
Okay, this is still under Team Secret control. I still like S2G's position a little bit to their north. It's further down the hill, but they've got a lot of say-so about crossing the road from the north edge, funneling those teams west and east around them. It's going to force a lot of dangerous fighting to happen in that area. Team Spirit unlikely to leave their position, which means that they can keep this 2-2 split for S2G. And a powerful north side bastion puts them up, I think, finishing 4th place for S2G on this match. I like their odds for that.
Yeah, there's hardly any teams that are going to be coming through from that side either. And if they do, and they have Purview. Right now, S2G have got Razy and CEO later on the side swipe over towards Footballist Chaos. You do have to leave this compound and cross the road. You're going to have to do it speedily, though. There are a few eyes watching them in Falcons. And that side swipe that we talked about earlier. BEŞİKTAŞ have to leave their compound. 3D Max, a bit of a journey ahead of them.
They are going to try and make it through Monte Nuevo with BEŞİKTAŞ and NIGMA Galaxy close by, looking to do something similar. They might try and roll up the road and actually to the forward point of S2G. Onyx Ravens are going to try and slow them down, though. You can see they've moved up to the roadside just ahead, top left of your screen, and there's the shots. Going to try and dissuade this from going through. The monster truck going very, very low there as they get cover for it. It's going to force Victor to get in the same vehicle as a teammate. And in come BEŞİKTAŞ, in come NIGMA Galaxy. 3D Max going slow here, paying the price for it. They have not made the decision fast enough. They're going to have to turn down south and go for a fight with NIGMA Galaxy, with BEŞİKTAŞ, instead of rolling up towards Onyx Ravens.
This is not what you expected to see here. NIGMA Galaxy they're not handling Snowick's here. So right up towards the front line. Brute Force on the other side. You wonder if 3D Max know about this one. They also rock up towards Team Spirit, who've had a strong position for quite some time, but will have to receive a team that has just made one hell of a crash.
They've got really far deep into this one. Effect trying to get back behind. The headland here hits the deck, gets a little bit of cover. Victor's more concerned about the teammate down the hill, and maybe rightly so. Naomi there with the weapon swap, concerned about the flush. I have no idea why he wasn't looking at Victor, but Kitsune might have been calling that. I've got you, go for the flush. And they keep the suppression on the ridgeline. They're playing back to front here. And it is really quite a nice hold from Team Spirit so far. Nice. Another into the trenches, and they keep the rebuffing going forwards. Is there a third party to be had here from Heroic, from the last player of Virtus Pro? The nades keep going back and forth as Victor gets burst in the air above his head, and now it's just Snowick. Can they take it back under control? Can he turn it around from what happened last time? No. And it is just Naomi to go down. Nobody's taken the initiative. S2G have stopped anything going in on the north side, and Team Spirit can maintain strength without getting third-partied.
And not only that, they pick up Gladiator's equipment and the rest of the guys from 3D Max's equipment on that fight. So they get a huge delivery. And it looked like they were hurting for utility as well. So for Team Spirit, this is a big boon to them. Ali versus S2G. Razy goes down, and CEO later barely makes it into the building. So a great crash here from Ali and Saleh. Sadly, just the two players here for the time being.
And CEO later knows where he is, but he steps out a little bit too wide. The door shuts, and Ali is left out in the cold. Will go down to CEO later. A nice spray from the UMP will seal the deal. Onyx Ravens tried to make it work against S2G, but they've all regrouped now to the north side. A toll extracted from them, though. One player to fall. Hamzi being lit up by Toshbek. And Kikali gets the knock. CEO later and Kelsey now having to figure out how to move further south, and it is all still under control by Team Spirit.
Carly looking out that way. Doesn't find anything just yet. This is over towards the northwest side. Team Spirit holding in a pretty strong position, probably the highest bit of ground. Again, big difficulty was the utility, but they're crashing down over towards Football is Chaos now. This is a tough approach. Naomi goes down in the process.
And another one as
Team
well.
Spirit's sort of throwing this away.
I'm not entirely sure what this is all about. They had such a great position on the high ground. Foot Chaos moved in underneath them, and they moved in to respond almost immediately. Falconis does go down, and it's, hang on a minute, turning around a little bit. Naomi is still resable. Just one player alive, I think, for Foot Chaos, with Nomi on the inside. He's looking for the flush onto Kairos. Kairos knows that this is happening. He's calling it out. He wants help, but I don't think it's going to be there in time. A nade being cooked on the inside in the meantime. And they are going to try and respond, but Doka Machine taken very, very low out the back. They did manage to get a res. Storm got a heal off as well. A DPS in check as well. A long nade finds Doka Machine. A res potentially onto Falconist on the inside, but Nomi has another nade. He spots it. Oh, he shuts the door. The nade is there. Is it going to tag him? No. Stays alive for now, but it's just Storm.
It's back up the stairs off the back of that one. It has been intense here. Over in this engagement, another nade comes through, and Team Spirit down to 3 players, but survive in a really high ground position. But remember, this is a tough circle to play in. So removing a team like that does give them an opportunity to get some more control on board, some more utility, some more grenades. BEŞİKTAŞ out now.
Eliminated there. S2G close to Team Spirit. In the meantime, on the south side, it feels like Twisted Minds have just started sweeping on every single circle they can get their hands on, and it's working out for them. They've been racking up some numbers. Only one elimination so far this match, but DA looking in a bit of dire straits right now. Coldex behind the tree with his teammate down, but Scarface absolutely on the ball here. And looks for more as well onto Jafar. Just 1v3s the rest of Twisted Minds. Good stuff from Scarface to keep them going. And DA now having to move a little bit further forwards. They should have some ground to play on.
Yeah, cut the legs out from underneath them on that play. Beautiful stuff. Damar taking a lot of damage as FLUX attempts to make their way in from that side. Again, Falcons just seem to be this team that really stops teams in their tracks.
Lux goes down, rolling forwards, Falcons. Similarly looking to sweep. Next circle, just about to come through. Will it be cruel or kind? Very central is the answer here. Just out on the east point of Chumisera. Trying to leave a little bit to be regained by Team Spirit. Hamzy G actually moving into the position that Team Spirit used to be holding on those undulating ridges that go back to front, that force that trench style that they were able to hold so effectively against 3D Max. So you can see he's managed to take that high ground against them. Potentially dangerous, as he seems to have scouted out their location as well. We'll have seen some vehicles, we'll have probably heard some fighting there earlier on. We're going to know something's up.
Spirit on our screens. 7 eliminations so far, so you know what? Not a bad game. They would like to get into a top 5. Going out anywhere between 5th and 8th is just going to be a bad deal from them, considering the hand that they were dealt in this game.
Hamzy with a nade up high. 3 pod moves, repositions away. 7 eliminations for DA, 7 for Team Spirit, 7 for Brute Force. A lot of highfalutin players on this one. Making it work for the rosters. S2G been a little bit quieter, but they're still on this northern side, and I still like their 4th place chances.
Hamzy G. Getting down the hill. Damar takes a big heavy hit here. Again, Falcons probably the biggest danger right now for DA, and because they're on the outside of the blue, getting the shots over towards them should be easy enough. And Scarface today has been absolutely killer.
Nico returning the favor for Scarface to hold down his angle. leaving him a 1 versus 1 to handle. And the nade over the top makes that a whole lot easier. He steps up, he gives them a spook, gives them a fright and a start. Now it's a matter of picking up these points for himself. Scarface wants to add them to the tally. Come on.
On the side. We'll finish off Ragnar. Just one more player from Falcons off in the distance. Scarface up to 5 eliminations. Make that 6 now.
Where did Coldex just come from?
Just appeared.
It's just, oh, I'm over here now.
Came for some loot his own.
That's fair. That's fair. Team Spirit.
Just rolling around a little bit. Actually looking to clear out this southeast side. That would make sense to me.
Another player getting knocked, getting flushed on CEO later as well. Brute Force have now pushed their way in, muscled through onto the high ground that was once Team Spirits, then became S2Gs, and now is under their control. Their domain of influence expanding up to 8 eliminations. DA, they won 10. As jousts back and forth continue to go through. Effect getting knocked to full damage there. Not fun. Should be resable though. They have the inside of the building. I think they've got some wall cover there. Not entirely sure how he was able to die to full damage there, but it happens.
Yeah, you get caught on the side of a railing, and then you slide. Game thinks you've fallen off the top of a cliff.
Oh, you know, it's just being dramatic, isn't it?
Yeah. There's Brute Force, 8 eliminations. They've just kept it up. Despite the difficult position they were in earlier on, they've again kept things up in this game. Looking to finish out today in a first place. Honestly, with Enigma Galaxy going out in this game, 0 points, 0 eliminations. 9 already. They're just behind and should catch up and take over first place purely off placement points alone.
They do need a few more here, though. Well, they're going to want them nonetheless. And Calci is up on the menu. Team Spirit have given a lot of ground here. We'll see if it's going to pay off for them, if they're going to be able to sweep around. But they've got DA to their south, who are notoriously good at holding people at distance. And up to their northwest, they've got Brute Force, who have just been completely indomitable today so far, it seems. So it's going to be a real test for Team Spirit to show that they do deserve to be back up here. Ooh, a lot of shots sent back and forth between the two of them. And not much damage found. He's going to have to step his way forwards, reposition these buggies, get ready for a roll, because the blue zones are coming, and it's not slowing.
Like jumps out. We'll have to bow down just a bit. Nomi.
Oh, dear.
Finds Nico.
How on
takes a lot of damage. Pre-pods out. Good shots from Naomi. On the swivel today.
How on earth does Effect make it through there? Crazy to be able to make that work. Calci dashing up towards
they don't know.
Team Spirit position. Chudo as well goes low to Nomi. They might not know. You're right, Calci, though, they should be worried about it. I think they know now. Over the top, Calci going to eat a couple of nades, I'm sure, very, very soon, but they're pinned into the corner. They have to vault over. Neos has managed to get the rest of his team back up. Calci will get the first aid off here, but the nade, the push forward is going to be really, really tough to make work, and it is going to be Brute Force to add that point to the tallies. Up to the top, Team Spirit. They are still on 3, I believe, but they are right trapped into that corner. Nomi needs to open things up for them. Needs to push Brute Force back on his own. But with his back covered off by DA, it might just be a solo game for him. And just hope that maybe one of his teammates can get back through.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. I think Nomi basically has to open up something for the squad. That's basically all he can do here. He's just creeping over. M4 and the P90, so he's deadly close range. Yeah, the majority of Brute Force is just watching this location. Neos looks to send a nade of his own over the top.
It looks like Brute Force have given some ground here.
They don't know that Nomi's here. This first nade has to be catastrophic.
It wasn't.
Brute Force. I mean, he chose a likely position, didn't get anything from it. Now they know there was only one direction that could have come from.
Nades over the top from DA, continue to pepper towards Nomi, and he does manage to just about get away, but Naomi's further down the hill. Brute Force, are they covering off these angles, or do they think they've all regrouped? Nomi's still active here. Nico close by. P90 ringing out across the hillsides, but Nico seems to have tracked the steps here. The nade is good for a little bit of damage, but not much more. Naomi moving up, putting down some cover. Can Brute Force have an impact? Is there a backstab here to be seen? We'll have to wait and see. The crunch is on now. As over the top, Nico tries to go. He got the res, I think. No, effect is still down, but they're holding the angle. Nomi falls. Now it's all up to Naomi, and DA will joust back and forth with Brute Force. Do they take the angles, or do they just try and get rid of Naomi? Because they have to fight each other at this stage. Nico, I think the pad ate a couple of those shots, but will be able to take them down nonetheless. Team Spirit fall in what should have been their position as well. Brute Force have managed to usurp that from them. They sent out wide to try and deal with Foot Chaos and never were able to regain the high ground.
I mean, this honestly could be the third Brute Force victory of the day. Shoot themselves up into first place from what was a diabolical situation at the bottom of the lobby. Absolute insanity there for them. Heroic start to move up, but Brute Force just have such control over towards that top side.
And this is an excellent demonstration of what we've been talking about all day. Brute Force, the streaky team versus DA, consistency. They've been keeping people at arm's length. Again, is what they love to do. It's their bread and butter, and it's worked out. Now into the final throes of this match. They have Heroic at their back that they want to try and keep away and stop Brute Force from moving forwards. Brute Force pick up a couple of those points. 14 eliminations now, and DA are starting to crumble, but there's a refrag onto Chudo. Neos pushes forwards, but Nico gets the weapon swap, and a 2 versus 1 now for Prepod to try and make it work. Gets the first and handles that. Looks for the backlines as well. Dances back to the middle. He knows he doesn't need to go for this fight. It's just Nico, and he has the impetus to move forwards. Spots him, goes for the spray, tracks him through the smoke, but isn't going to quite land the rounds. And Nico has a chance to step out with the UMP. Pushes forwards, Prepod. Still in with the chance of the 1 versus 1, but it's not going to work. Brute Force denied their third chicken dinner of the day by Digital Athletics, and it's consistency that's king here.
Almost had it though. Honestly, the track through the smoke was dastardly. Felt like he was on his head the entire time. Incredible. Good stuff from DA. Get themselves a chicken dinner here. And it has been the same faces turning up time and time again today, who've just had their moments in these games. It's been looking really good, but Brute Force should be in first place easily after the back of that win.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to see the overalls.
I mean, win. Yeah, I'll give you that. Even though it was the second place, they have absolutely decimated on the points there. Brute Force and DA just trading chicken dinners back and forth at the end of today. The second Miramar started with Brute Force, then the third was DA, then the first. It's just been absolutely crazy. And Prepod, just wiping the floor with these tables right now. Look at that.
I mean, Chudo coming up with a 1500 damage game, and then Prepod with a 1300 damage game. Like, these are the highest numbers we've seen.
Yeah.
So the heights here for Brute Force are very high, but also so are the lows. The lows are right down in the dirt. But for Brute Force today, I've got nothing but love, because this was an incredible standout from them.
Absolutely. And it will be probably, I think, the most successful day we've seen so far of anybody in terms of points accrued. I'll have to go back and check exactly how many they were able to earn. Disappointing from Team Spirit, even though they got 12 points, we questioned their play, sending out away from their high ground position that ended up being the winning position to deal with Foot Chaos crashing in underneath them. Maybe a little bit of a misstep. They lost a player because of it. They lost a lot of control over what should have been their circle. But they haven't really been the focus of today's matches. It has been those two who finished out the day strong at the top there. And I feel like that is a great way to finish the day, right? With the two teams that have been taking the limelight and showing off in those final moments.
Yeah, exactly. It's really nice to see, and it's nice to see different faces every single day who are really be able to perform. We have some consistent teams here, but we also have some absolutely explosive squads that have shown their faces here in the PMSL EMEA. It's probably one of the most fun tournaments we've had in quite a while, honestly, in terms of just ability.
Wow.
Up against ability. Because realistically, look, you would see these top damage dealers graphic and you would see brute force with 3,300. Everyone else would be on low scores. But you see here, 2,599 for DA, 1,703 for Team Spirit. It doesn't get really that bad down towards S2G or Falcons either. So I think overall, the fact that you're having other teams put up this kind of performance in a game that was dominated by one single squad, that's what makes this tournament so damn good. We have such equal footing on such a high playing field.
Absolutely. It's really great to see that it can come from any corner. I'm thinking about MVP performers, and I feel like it's got to be someone from Brute Force, right? You would think that it is going to be one of those players. We'll have to wait and see who that's going to be. We'll take a look at our daily winners. Maybe? You think Chudo? I think that's reasonable. But then again, with DA getting 2 chicken dinners and some pretty high damage games, maybe there's a chance that someone from there has come through. But I'm not sure about that. I mean, maybe Scarface, but I think I'd agree with you on Chudo. Maybe Neos as well, who has been sort of slipping under the radar sometimes on those damage numbers, but really has come up massive for them in the past. Our daily winners here, 2 chicken dinners for Brute Force, 2 for DA, 1 for Falcons and 1 for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, so some weird chicken dinners coming out today from all these teams. It's been an odd one. It's been an odd one. Let's take a look at the overall rankings and see just how jumbled up things can get.
First place, Brute Force by 6 points, and DA in second. Okay, didn't smell that one coming. I didn't expect that. It is a pleasant surprise. I think well deserved.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Digital Athletics has done a great job today. And I think that just in terms of reasonable ability, they absolutely have that. I don't think they make too many mistakes either, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they're quite as explosive in terms of gameplay as Brute Force, but I do like a team that can just slowly play out decent game after decent game after decent game. Brute Force, on the other hand, seem to just have these matches where they get out of control a little bit. We also have to take into account that Digital Athletics, 12 matches compared to the 18 on NIGMA Galaxy and Brute Force. So
it's huge.
This can only go higher.
Absolutely. 10-point average. They've managed to get up to their the fabled 10-point average at the end of today, which is the only team who's been able to do that, and by quite a margin as well. It's good, strong, consistent stuff from DA.
Beneath them, you got Virtus Pro, 3D Max, Team Spirit. Power dropped into 7th place, man. Does feel bad. Gladiators, 88 points. Weren't able to get too much on the board today or chip away at it that much. BEŞİKTAŞ coming back in, still great compound team, but that seems to be all that they're really good at. They do appear to get pretty easily run over by some of our stronger teams in the lobby. And FLUX, yeah, it's still not there yet. It is still not there yet for this team. There's still time. The time is now running out. We are now more than halfway into the tournament.
Disaster for IWNRX as well continues to strike. I thought it might just be one off day. They took a break, came back, and it has not improved for them. They are in 17th place, a little bit ahead of Heroic, who similarly have had a pretty naff day. Moneymakers as well, and Na'Vi down towards the bottom. All our 12-match teams will be taking up those 4 spots, but to get 29 points on 12 matches, I mean, that's just not enough from Na'Vi. This is a roster that can and should be doing more, and they just haven't so far. They've still got 2 days of games left to play for them, though, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, for IWNRX as well as Moneymakers, they are just crying and getting knocked in the corner at the moment, so they definitely need some tissues to clean up those tears, but also they need to give themselves a hand. They need to drag themselves out from the dirt because something's not going right at the moment for them. We're just waiting on the MVP. If you'd like to go, that's fine. But if you'd also like to know who the challenger is at the end of the day, Stick around, find out for tomorrow's TDM.
Yeah, fill out the survey and let us know what you think, because this is the team stats of Brute Force. I feel like this might just be giving the game away as to who the MVP might be here. Although, I feel like it depends exactly on the calculations, because Neo's there. Only the one elimination more. No, I feel like it just has to be Ado based off this, right?
Yeah, I'd say it was Ado. I think it's pretty confidently Ado.
Yeah,
I mean,
by
50
200
to
damage.
15,
Yeah.
16 to 13, 200 damage extra.
Is
Lived
this-
a lot longer
This
in
is
these
just
games
today?
too. Yeah, this seems to be just today.
Wow. Okay. That's
incredible.
That's pretty incredible to be able to do that. That's over 500 damage average for Ado coming into today's games. Over the 6 matches, he was able to pull out the bag. That is incredible stuff coming on through. Yeah, undeniably an incredibly strong day for Brute Force today. And I think it's only maybe DA that might have a shout at taking Ado off there, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Like, the guy's insane.
Yeah, he's crazy good at the game. What else happened today?
What else happened today? The Miramar game, the first Miramar game with Dami, able to 1v3 3D Max.
Yeah.
Kind of a crazy turn of events, right? Like the missteps from 3D Max, I think. I think it's just mostly just the drop the ball from 3D Max. But let's take a look at our MVP, which I am informed we do have, and who are they going to call out as well? We'll have to wait and see. Oh,
wow.
It is Digital Athletics.
It is Digital Athletics. Well done, John.
I was only thinking on the off angle there, but here we go. It is Scarface from DA. 3.3k damage, so just about trumping it. 14 of them, so 1 fewer. But that average survival time might be helping out as well for DA. That consistency coming in clutch.
Yeah, average survival time, I think it does actually have quite a big impact over on the MVP side of things. But yeah, well done to Scarface. We'll see who Digital Athletics decides to challenge. I'd like to see them challenge Brute Force, honestly. Because I think it really was all of them
I feel like
today.
That would be a terrible idea, though. In order,
It would be, but it'd be fun, right?
For us,
sure. Because they've like been battling it out all day today between one another.
Yeah, we'll have to. We'll have to wait and see who their opponent's going to be, because they've yet to decide, apparently. So you're stuck with us for the time being. After today's games, if you've been with us the whole time, thank you very much. Fill out the survey. Tell us why you've enjoyed sticking around.
Tell us why you've been here.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Come on.
Why have you
Be
been here all
reasonable.
day? Have
Fill out
an
the survey and tell us who you think you are. Okay? Because that's what I want
Who
to
do
know.
you really think you are, sticking around for the whole show, eh? Do you enjoy PMSL EMEA or something?
What do you think you're doing? Having a good time, enjoying content that's provided to you for free? God.
What the? That's crazy.
Honestly.
Oh. But no, in all honesty,
yeah,
we really appreciate you being here.
Definitely.
And we were just messing around. Please don't leave.
It was just a joke. No, come back.
I promise we're going to be showing you who the challenge team is very soon.
And you'll know
In
about it on the
meantime-
socials as well.
Yeah.
Take a look at that. Down the bottom there. Everything to do with Europe PUBG Mobile. It's all going to be fed
It's all
right
you
into your
need.
eyeballs if you keep them open.
Into your retinas. Burned into them.
No, not burned. Not burned into the retinas. Briefly
gently
glanced at and
pressed.
very quickly scrolled away from after consuming the knowledge instantly.
Yeah, that's right. That is correct.
That's how it works. We are just waiting on this announcement for these teams to come on through, who the challenge is going to be. That's what we are holding our horses for. Horses. I was trying to think about something to do with horses. It's just disappeared from
Dark
my mind
horses?
entirely. I don't think I
3D
know what
Max?
horses are, actually. That's apparently.
Oh, for really?
the case.
For really?
Where's
For
Kanina
really?
Power? Come back.
Where is Kanina Power when you need them? The literal dark horses of PUBG Mobile.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't know. They've gone. Gonzo's on a different team now.
That's true.
Not doing great on it either. Sadly.
Yeah.
Na'Vi, poor return. Should have never dropped the Gladiators. Should have stuck with them. That's on you guys.
Kinda true. Although to be fair, which bit of the Gladiators, right? Like,
Yeah,
maybe
true.
they were
You
dropping
could have picked up Team
3/4 of it.
Spirit. I feel like that would have been a good idea.
Yeah, but
no?
Team Spirit have it now. So let's take a look at some stats from Team Spirit, speaking of them. They had a middling day today. They've managed to keep up pace on the overalls, and I think they're going to get a decent chunk of bonus points at the end of this week. They've got, I believe, another 2 days worth of games to play. And this is this the whole week or just today? I think it looks like it might just be today. Nomi was popping off in a couple of scenarios. Obviously, they got late game in that last Miramar that we've witnessed, so we're able to rack up some numbers there. Nomi, though, doubling the damage from Kitsune there. Eliminations. He's got them all. 10. Wow. Double digits.
Yeah, big time. I mean, he's done really well throughout pretty much all. Announcement is soon.
We're being told.
The MVP challenge.
There's a big old TM after that soon.
Yeah,
So-
I'm so sorry for this.
Oh.
But this is underwhelming.
No, it isn't. Hang on a minute. DA.
Who's
Who's he going to pick? Is he going to move?
What's this?
He's not picking anyone. It's nobody. They're not fighting.
actually-
They're refusing to do the TDM. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, okay.
Footballers.
Football is chaos.
Interesting.
Okay. There's the pick.
Perfect.
Wow, I'm
Thank
glad
you.
we waited for that. Football is chaos. We'll be facing off in the TDM against our MVP team, DA, with Scarface putting in the shift. Wow, what a turnaround. People are going to be talking about that for literally minutes. We'll see you
That
guys
was
tomorrow. As we rightfully take a little bit of a break. Until then, we'll see you guys there for more PMSL EMEA. Just go.
Yeah, see you later, guys. I hope
Just
you have a
go.
great night. Bye-bye.